Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are
returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS.
power in
Numbers.
Everyone, and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just completed day 1 yesterday, and that means today is, if I count correctly, 1, 2. Yes, we're on day 2 of competition week, and it's very exciting because not only did we see all of our teams show their stuff on our first 2 maps of the season, but of course we've got 2 more maps coming in to join us. And of course, joining us today is 2 amazing, talented, and very smart casters, as they like to share a lot of their insight with us. Huts Husky, as well as the Mustachio AJ. Gentlemen, how are you doing today on this wonderful Sunday?
Actually, very excited. I had my sleep interrupted by my parents in the morning, but that aside, I'm very excited to see how today is going to play out, because I think yesterday some teams set the bar really, really high, especially Expand. Came in, played 5 games, got 3 booyahs with a very, very star-studded roster. So today is where we see if they can continue that on the 2 other maps in the competitive map pool.
And what we saw yesterday was the team of Expand hitting that golden ratio, which we haven't talked about the whole of yesterday, but it's something that we have highlighted in the competitions of the past. Managing to kind of pull off one of the most perfect ratios of point for both placement as well as kills. They got 45 on placements, 47 on kills, and AV Radicals instead on that second spot. What they mostly focused was on the slays, right? Just purely based on the kill points, not really picking up a lot of placement points for themselves. And you see a little bit of that sort of a performance from the rest of the teams below as well. So Expand has really shown everybody else exactly what you need to do to conquer the overall leaderboard. But knowing is one thing, executing it out there on the battlefield is a whole other, right? So I'm just really excited overall to see them be able to conquer the rest. Yesterday was also a day where we wanted to see how well does the Geek Fam of all do. And it wasn't the greatest of start, but it wasn't too shabby at the same time.
It wasn't too shabby. And is this maybe a trend with the team too? Because I think in the past, right, sometimes you see 1 of 2 ex-Geek Fams. It's either they completely destroy the competition and you're just thinking like, shouldn't these guys be playing in like a completely different league? And then there are other times where they seem to be maybe experimenting, trying things, or maybe they're just a little bit rusty, right? Yeah. So maybe today is going to be them to maybe step forward and prove that they are potentially another team that could be in the running for top 2. I think also to add on, sorry Husky, very quickly, to add on to Expand, something we also have to consider is that we are also running a bit of a different tournament format, right? On Saturday, we always have 8 games. Sunday, we have 7. And Expand has only played 5 games, whereas there are other teams in the competition that have already played 6. So to be this far ahead already and to be technically, if you think about it, at a 1-game deficit compared to some of the other teams that are playing, that says a lot about how prepared, how strong, how scary of a team they're going into the competition. I'm sorry, Husky, you can continue on with your thoughts.
I just wanted to quickly point out that this is probably the slowest start Semni's roster has gotten in any competition, even back when they were Geek Fam, regardless whether they play in the MCP domestic league or in the major, they have never gotten like 9th place by the end of day 1, right? It's always top 5, it's always the top 3. So this is a very slow start for them. In fact, the new Geek Fam roster plays better than Semni, and I think that is also pretty surprising considering how Semni felt pretty uncontested in all of their drop spot. They still get Clock Tower at Bermuda. No one dares to challenge them at all. And yet they couldn't really carry that momentum to the end.
Yeah, and now, of course, we do need to take a look at the map schedule for today. So yesterday it was Kalahari as well as Bermuda, but we are going to be shifting gears here to Purgatory and Alpine. So it's going to be a fresh feel for everybody. I think we're maybe looking at the same play styles as yesterday, right? Teams trying to figure out where everyone is dropping, trying to figure out what's going to be the safest approach to getting to that late game. But yeah, it seems like it's going to be a lot of experimentation, right? Because you also have to figure out how's Team A going. Sorry, how's Group A going to play? How's Group B? How's Group C? How do I have to change my play styles as I'm flipping through these groups?
Yeah, and we expect Group A to do so much better than Group B and C because today they play 5 matches. Group B only has 4 opportunities. Group C, equal to Group A, has the 5 opportunities. But yesterday, Group A was one of those that played 6 games, right? So they still have that match advantage against Group C as well as Group B. So technically, they should be ranking the highest on the leaderboard by the time we are done and dusted by the day.
Technically.
If we don't see Group A up there, then we kind of know exactly which is the monstrous group to look out for.
Absolutely. Now, of course, you do need to have a quick refresher on the point system. If you've been following Free Fire's competitive scene for a while, this is going to be very, very familiar to you. Teams that get that booyah will be taking home 12 points for their team. Second place will get 9, third will get 8. And then as you go down, you'll see if you unfortunately wind up as bottom 2 of your round, you're going to be taking home absolutely nothing. But of course, you can offset that with those kill points. Every kill is going to equate to a single point, and we've had some teams come back out of a pretty dire placement situation by being able to nab those couple kills. So
AB Radicals are one of them.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, they did prove that to us.
Yeah.
Only 2 teams from Group B, as we look at the groupings right now, are in top 5, right? And they are Axis and Farang. So I think we shouldn't count out Group A just yet because most of them are stacked in that top 10, right? The one leading the pack is Anxiety in 3rd place, and then afterwards Geek Fam, Icon, SAF, Semnai, Todak, all stacked together from 6 to 10. So I think the competition between them is still very close, but we can see kind of the ringleader, which is Expand and AV Radicals from Group C.
I think we also... Okay, hang on. I want your thoughts on Axis, right? Because we did see Axis kind of pop off yesterday, but then the team faded into the background after they switched groups. What are you guys feeling about Axis? Is this maybe just a case of the team having a really good day yesterday, or is this a team that we really need to look out for?
I think they definitely struggle a bit more against Group C because I think the teams from Group C just have so much more firepower, right? It is incredibly hard because you have 2 teams, Expand and AV Radicals, who are so good at what they do. It seems like Axis can't really pull off the stunt that they are comfortable with against teams from Group C. Compared to what they did to Group A. You can't just run into the faces of Geek Fam and challenge them. It doesn't work against Expand or AV Radical. So at the second half of day 1 was where we saw Axis kind of fizzle out into nothingness, but that isn't necessarily their fault, and I think it's just the teams from Group C are more prepared than Axis expected.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head there, Husky. When they were going up against Group A, it wasn't a problem at all for them to pick up points, right? In fact, massive number of points. But Group C, they know exactly how to shuffle things around and force some of these big teams, especially like Axis, to kind of falter behind and pick up the points for themselves, especially teams like Expand, right? They've managed to time and time again prove themselves yesterday, although they had just 5 of those rounds. But this is exactly what they're all playing for.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look at the overall standings from yesterday's games, just so we get an idea as to where everyone currently is. And as you can see at the very top, we have Expand with 45 placement points, 47 kill points, and 92 total points. In second place, we have AV Radicals only sitting in 70 alongside Anxiety. So already you can see Expand, they've managed to accumulate a massive lead for themselves with their booyahs from yesterday, 3 of them in fact, which if you think about it, Expand got more than 50% of their games ended in booyahs.
Yes, ma'am, 60%.
Scary. I'm wondering how you sort of deal with this. Like, everyone's going to be looking at Expand after yesterday and thinking, right, this is the team to look out for, this is the team to beat, but how do you beat them, right? I think we all agree that they are very talented boys. They can aim, if anything. They have amazing strategies. They are very good at executing them as well. I mean, like, is there even a weakness outside of outplaying them. And
Yep.
let's be honest, guys, outplaying, it's just not a case of, or just do it. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot more to it.
Yeah, there definitely is.
yeah.
I think the easiest way to look at it is like, how are these teams managing that mid to late game, right? I think when we started off day one, we talked about how SAF is a solid team. They definitely have a bit of change in how they approach that early game, where they play very slow, always the last team or close to being the last team to enter the circle to join other squads. But they handled that late game fairly well, right? They got one booyah, and that was on the very, very first game of day one.
Yep.
And they did it in a very convincing fashion. So if other teams can kind of replicate that, or find their own version of handling that late game with more composure, we would see more examples like Expand or SAF.
Yeah. Now, just a quick reminder. Sorry, AJ. We have a giveaway happening later today. So make sure you tune into the broadcast for when we do give out that code, because if you do claim them, you're going to be getting 2 Death's Eye weapon loot crates. And these are totally free. These are not limited by quantity. It is limited by time. So these codes do expire at the end of the day. So make sure you are here to claim them. And of course, you can share them with your friends and family. If someone cannot watch those games, you can still share them, share these codes with them, so that they also benefit from these goodies. Thank you so much to Garena for making this happen, because of course they are the ones sponsoring all of these freebies for all of our amazing people watching this broadcast. Right, gentlemen, I think we do need to start talking about this first matchup, right? We are, I do believe, going into Purgatory first with groups A and B. And I know this has been a very spicy matchup yesterday when we had those 2 maps, but what differences does Purgatory bring here?
Just the sheer size of that map, right? And the potential of some water battles, if you have not already practiced, run through a couple of open room scrims and, just gotten proficient at crossing that body of water and taking a couple of battles whilst you're on that body of water, you are going to be out of luck. If luck just has you fight that final fight down in the depths of Purgatory.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to jump into this game in a second, but I want to hear your predictions before I jump out here. Who do you think is going to get this first booyah?
Oh boy, this is actually a tough one on Purgatory. I think a team that doesn't mind playing the long game will have a better chance. So I think SAF has a good chance of getting the booyah in this map.
I will never make a prediction this early, Danley. Bye-bye. We'll catch up with you a little bit later.
That is like the most like it's like the most easy way to just push the responsibility to the side,
Yeah, but okay. On a serious note, Axis Esports, they started off hot yesterday, right? And I expect them to once again perform against Group A. And regardless of the map, I think this is their place where they will be trying to pick off as many points as possible, because they found out that against Group C, it's just not going to happen. But on that note, Danny, I hope to hear your prediction a little bit later on as well. We're hopping into match number 1. Flight Path will be cutting through the mills all the way down to Crossroads, technically opening up the full map here, Husky.
And my eyes are on 7-9 right now. They like to drop to a central. That is their favorite spot, always uncontested. But Geek Fam decided that Lumber Mill is where they want to head towards. And this is one of the more populated times that we see Purgatory, especially on the southern side. Toda generally decides between Fire Brigade or Lumber Mill, but in this case, I think Fire Brigade is the only place that they can head to. So we can expect some very early skirmishes happening on the southern side of the map. And the first one might just be between Geek Fam and No Escape Revolt.
Yeah, No Escape Revolt, I don't know exactly what they're thinking. Probably didn't do their homework enough, because you gotta expect this squad right here at Mill, right? Taking a hot drop at Lumber Mill, just not a great idea at all. Geek Fam will pick up easy 4 points if they can catch the other players. But as you can see, Jim Quez is already on his way out to circle the perimeter before finding one of those zip lines to pull himself to safety. But he might just end up in the very carefully taken hands of Axis Esports, who are going to be very frantically looking for kills this time around as well. Slumber's going to be allowed to bleed out. Shah doesn't have much of a space to run away from Lumber Mill just yet. And the last thing that No Escape Revolt should be doing is revolting against Geek Fam for taking a hit against them. But the ones who are probably going to be in the most bit of the pickle here is Toda, stuck between the ex-Geek Fam and the current Sem9.
And Toda actually got up to an okay day. They had some great moments. They ended up in 10th place, but we have seen what Todak is capable of. And the southern side of the map is just very brutal, right? Because you don't really have much room to make errors and expect to get a revive instantly. This is why we see Jim Quest just making that far rotation and hoping the Geek Fam is going to leave the area, which they in fact did. Surprisingly enough, right? They didn't even bother to confirm the kill. Dino is going to confirm this squad onto your dope. No mercy at all. SAF getting caught right out in the open.
That's a surprise. It's Freedom Cheese above and beyond anybody else going in for the attack. McRory, good nade that connects. Has got the Mac 10. Close quarters combat. Dino will pay the big price. Time turner play to perfection. But McRory with a misplay there. Jumping straight towards his opponent. M1887. This double barrel should be able to get the job done. And it does exactly that. McRory down on the ground. SAF got to struggle just a little bit. But McDo for the trade right at the back. Dino taken down. And I believe SAF are going to be in a little bit of trouble if Nafis and Asta circles around. But they decide to back away ever so slowly. So this engagement will come to an end.
A friendly truce. I think Freedom Cheese is happy with that decision, right? They have 5 points already, and they found the revival point. So both their teammates can be easily brought back. Cannot really say the same for SAF, who unfortunately not only suffered that early loss, but also now lost access to that revival point. So they have to take that long way around the map. And we have just found where the other 3 points on Freedom Cheese's pocket came from. It was unfortunately a byproduct of ORV X-Men, losing 3 of them.
Stay down shots. This guy. He was doing such a good job staying down. Okay, did he manage to get away? I think he did. He was doing such a good job staying down. The idea was there. Execution was there. And then halfway through, he just gave up. He's like, this is too slow. He stood up and then he gets tagged up. But the players of No Escape Revolt won't be able to escape this open grounds fight against Actors Esports. Once again, this is the squad that is hungry for kills very early on. And the No Escape Revolt squad literally taking the zip line straight into the hands of Axis Esports, who have now managed to pick up those 3 kills and very quickly eliminate the rest of the players of No Escape.
Just like you predicted, AJ, that zipline leads straight into campsite, and that's where Axis set up shop. Hard to get against Todak. Very unlikely duel to see early on. The nade from Spark does hit on the Jay-Z, so a decent trade coming up from both teams. But Jay-Z has been finished off, courtesy of Spark. Todak actually brought him back up, and now they have that man advantage. Hero circling around his compound, breaks the glue wall, surprising Ares, and of course finds that knock as well. Hard to get, not really doing what they were supposed to accomplish in this battle. And Exact is debuting in this MCP major, chasing down the members of Hard to Get, and we'll get Forbis on the ground as well. Hard to Get completely losing out on this fight.
It's not really hard for Todak to get all of these points off of H2G themselves, but there is still a survivor out there on the battlefield who has managed to disengage. In fact, 2 of them, and the rest of the players are brought right back. Good play by Batman as he disengages and helps the rest of H2G survive this onslaught. But Geek Fam, Apis with the very early rotation as well as that flank, gives that information away. AC-80 starts tagging up Neptune and Yasta from the back, but Hazik's a little too far away to support them. But if he can cut off that right-hand side flank, the players of Axis Esports will be fully surrounded. Ice Grenade will help to just slow Apis down just a little bit. And as they move on for the shutdown, Flame, M1887 in hand. Grenade forces Apis to reposition. 2v1, too easy for Axis. The rest of the Geek Fam squad nowhere near to help out the team member.
Very, very well done from Axis Esports, using the glue wall that Apis set up to their advantage. In fact, Geek Fam, they were not there to provide any backup, and Yasta will also be fed to the members of Axis Esports. And all this while, I was actually looking at where Raph is on the map. He's not completely involved in this. Not that it matters though. Yasta putting up a good fight, but it's just not enough. No confirmed kills on Axis Esports, still keeping the whole squad alive.
Axis so lucky that they had the game of numbers against Yasta. Hakimi and Hazik want no part of this. They back away. Good decision coming through. Everybody's making good decisions all around in here today. Not really committing for that Eagle challenge. It's just way too early of the day to be doing that, especially at Purgatory. You have to focus on that map. You have to focus on the circle. You got to start traveling before it's a little bit too late, because there's a lot of ground to cover here. You take your time. You take your own sweet time, and that circle will punish you.
Icon is just taking their sweet time, going for the rotation. Surprisingly, Icon finished 7th place, right? They did have a couple of good rounds. It kind of felt like it was overshadowed by just Expan's incredible performance, but credit where credit is due. I think Icon is doing better than what we expected for day one. 7-9 against Anxiety, what we want to see. Two teams who are not shy to take these kind of frontal fights, but if you are 7-9, you know that the target is going to be Chessman. This is not their first rodeo. They've done this before during the Challenger series, and they know how to shut down Anxiety. We see the Riptide Rhythm trying to expose Toby, but unfortunately that didn't really pay off. On the other hand, Farang finds himself in this scuffle as well. Anxiety being pincered by both sides.
Yeah, Anxiety just caught between a rock and a hard place, and they can't really get away. Open grounds. Fura makes a move to run away from all of this engagement first. And look at Orin pushing the boundaries, trying to cut off the pathway of Toby here. And if he can steal away this one kill, it's good for him. But to what, possibility of engaging with Farang and shutting them down as well? 7-9 has to be a little bit smarter than this. That can go south if Toby now just buys a lot of time and Farang approaches from the back. This is a GG. And now, Spade, Farang, they're all trying to take down the glue walls, but Farang's playing this safe as well. They don't really want to rush into their deaths. They're allowing 7-9 to eat up that player. Fura, on the other hand, runs straight into Icon, and this is not looking good for the Anxiety squad.
And I believe he is the only one alive, so Icon will get a very easy finisher. It's only a matter of time before Fura gets finished off and Anxiety gets removed from this Game 1 lobby. Very unfortunate start, right? Against 7-9, have a decent chance, but as soon as Farang entered the conversation, I don't think there was any way for Anxiety to survive this at all.
Oh, smart!
Glue Wall just creating a bit of a fortress for himself. But again, Anxiety getting overpowered by Icon. And at that vulnerable state, anyone could take Anxiety, but Farang now were not happy that 7-9 didn't give them a free kill, so they're gonna take the fight straight to 7-9, who didn't really have much time to restock up their armory, and Farang are doing a very good job of picking off the stragglers from 7-9. Orin, the second one to go, and Man04, he's desperately trying to go for a revive, but those blue walls are quickly getting shattered, and Spade, he will just push this. Alongside Jembao, they finish off 7-9.
See, decision making, right? You knew that there was a third party just waiting to steal kills off you, and it's just open ground battles. 7-9 should have disengaged, should have done exactly what Farang wanted to do early on in that engagement. They knew that there was another team across. What they did was back away into a compound, continued looting, knew that they were ready for yet another engagement, and then they flush out those players. 7-9, bad decisions lead to them making their way right back out there to the lobby to wait for Alpine instead, where they're going to try to pick up some good points for themselves. For the time being, Farang can use the side of this cliff as the perfect defensive spot and just look towards their left and right and not really worry about getting backstab. And so as luck would have it, nobody's behind them. Only Icon to worry about on the left, and the circle that's right there with them as it follows. And Farang's technically towards the center of it, so don't really need to move around. Although they don't have a defensive compound, that elevation of that hill will serve them really well.
Best part is that Farang seemingly feels like they have control of most of the circle. Freedom Cheese, on the other hand, have found McRory hiding in the corner of this building.
Wow.
Gonna sniff him out and get a free kill for themselves. One of the better runs for the team, in fact. 6 kills so far, pretty much leading the kill leaderboard at this point of time, with 8 teams left, and Freedom Cheese are in a very, very comfortable spot.
Extremely comfortable. I'm surprised to see this performance out of Freedom Cheese. They're popping off from the very start of the day. Let's see if they can continue that all the way into the circle, because Hard to Get's the next challenger. They've got a full squad right in front of them, and Hard to Get acquires the defensive compound, whilst the players of Freedom Cheese just a little bit too slow, and they get stuck outside. And Yasin gets knocked down, and that's the weakness of being stuck outside. Open grounds. Riptide Rhythm rips through all of their glue walls, but a good time turner will give Dino a little bit of extra time to just recover. Grenades pop in back back and forth. Yazid has to deal with them. A double nade setup coming through. Batman with an accurate shot can take down 2 players, and he does shut down Yazid. Dino gets tagged up just a little bit as well. Batman has another grenade to work around with, but gets a little too careless with all of those tosses. Jay-Z, on the other hand, with the charge buster, takes the fight straight up to Dino alongside Aries, and this team of Hard to Get just playing their luck a little bit too much. I would rather them sit down inside of the defensive compound instead of rushing out here.
The funniest thing of that exchange was that through all that chaos, Dino still took out the last guy from SAF. Out of nowhere. I'm not really sure how that happened, but he must have been surprised, right? Thinking that was somewhat hard to get and realizing he just wiped out an entire squad on accident. So Hard to Get pumping the brakes a little bit. I do like this decision. They have the numbers advantage, but Icon, on the other hand, not so lucky. The high ground advantage that Farang has is slowly paying off. Icon needing to fight this uphill battle, and with a grenade launcher in hand, Jembao has so much agency to pressure the members of Icon, forcing out the glue wall, forcing out the time turner from Eddie. And as Man, kind of heals himself up, there's still no way for them to get uphill. They need a lot of work from Cap, and they actually was able to shut down by Yet, but the members of Farang just respond in time, getting 2 down from the side of Icon.
Yeah, Jembal just way too good. I love the ideation by Icon trying to flank around the right-hand side of Farang, take that backstab, but they put themselves in such a disadvantageous position. Whoever who made that shot call needs to get fired, because why would you put yourself on that lower ground? High ground advantage to Farang. They played to perfection, and one thing that Icon did not expect, of course, was the grenade launcher. But you have to expect the unexpected in these kind of battles. You have to assume that your opponent is more than capable of taking you down, and therefore you have to play every single bit of advantage. Rotating in the open towards H2G would have been a bad idea as well, so I understand where Icon is coming from, but just maintaining that high ground, playing with the glue walls instead, would have served them up so much better instead of that low ground disadvantage. Axis Esports, we expected them to pop off 3 players with the snipers, and that's one of the metas you want to bring into Purgatory as well, to cover all of that distance. Long range engagement, absolutely important, Husky.
And good news for Axis Esports is that they have this reputation of knowing where the circle is going to hit to, right? Their read on the circle itself, it's very accurate. It looks amazing to a certain extent. Now they are the only team in that circle. Neptune getting a free shot on the exact Todak now. Very pressured to go for the revive, and they actually were able to return fire and suppress Axis temporarily, and that does give space for Farang to show up. But Geek Fam, they're not going to let Farang get a free pass, and this is where we see Apis putting on that pressure.
This is just map knowledge through and through from Axis Esports, identifying where the circle leads you and then identifying exactly which particular compound within that circle can serve you best defensively. And they've got that high ground advantage as well as the defenses that these houses provide. Just perfect to play the advantage against Geek Fam, who have the open ground, but it's all about peeking out of the window and hoping and praying that the players of Geek Fam do not sneak a shot off against you. This is Axis playing against Toda as well as Geek Fam. They have to focus all of their firepower towards one side, and they slowly move in towards the edge of the circle at the very same time. You gotta admire what Axis Esports is doing out there, but Geek Fam in the perfect position to take that backstab and snuff out Axis from being a danger in the final circle.
Farang actually now gets control of the circle thanks to it moving a bit towards the northern side, so Axis will have to deal with both Geek Fam and Toda, or decide to move straight into Farang and contest that area. Farang, on the other hand, only has to worry about Hard to Get at this point. You see Axis, they need to make a snap decision because Geek Fam are very tempted to make that jump, and they already are pressuring Axis, with the circle being one of the factors, pushing this to happen. And Toda, they can sneak into the circle if they want to at this point, because Geek Fam are circling on the perimeter of Axis compound. Yasta just hanging around the corner. He see all those glue walls being put up, confirming the presence of Axis Esports. And Axis Flame is going to run out of the building. The first one to try and make contact with the members of Geek Fam. Apis healing himself up. They're all trying to outrun the circle, and that gives Aries free opportunities to just pick them off. Flame engaged in the battle with Holdout, and it's Spark that wins that one now.
Yeah, smart play by Toda as well as Farang taking advantage of the slow-moving Geek Fam. Axis Esports inside of a compound to work around with. Bottom floor by Axis. Top floor by Hard to Get. Good nade by Spark. Have made an 87 in hand as Geek Fam gets eliminated. Farang with a perfect backstack. Habtibi, the final survivor, unable to stand against them. And now Glue Wall pulled out by Spark, who wins a big fight against Shahid. Good turnaround. Raf still surviving in here for Axis. Manages to pick up the one and only Shahid by pulling up the glue wall off cross.
Here comes
But
Farang.
Pedro alongside Toda, not allowing that to happen.
Farang is coming in. They finally have made their move. Jembao, can he really sneak this one away? The blue zone is gonna knock him out. And unfortunately, Farang expires despite their cunningness and is Toda with that booyah. A very aggressive move, a very well thought out execution towards the very end, and it finally paid off.
It finally did pay off, and it's all about the patience of playing that circle. Although Axis did have a good position initially, what they did not anticipate was that backstab by Geek Fam. Geek Fam playing a lot of risky maneuvers out there, preferring to hold on to the outside open grounds, and that of course proved to be such a huge disfavor to the team as they were caught in battle back to back between Farang, Toda, all chipping away at their HP, all chipping away at their players one after the other. But they did manage to catch up. But by the time they did, all chaos had ensued already. And Axis Esports, although they had a good fight, although they had a good defensive compound, a little bit too slow. And of course, luck played against them as well, Husky, being surrounded by so many of those good teams. Moving out of their compound proved to be such a difficult maneuver.
As we're in the highlight right now, I want to just quickly bring Danny back because I want her to answer the question that you popped early on, AJ. Like, what is Danny's outlook on this match one?
What's my outlook? I mean, it's just proving a point to me that Axis just seems to have Group A under control. They didn't get the booyah, but it's just a team that I just didn't expect to perform this well in this grouping. So Axis for me, definitely going to be a monster in this group. Can I just say as well, Todak, good morning. It's good to see you again. I think for the longest time, and Husky, you as well, we have always waited for Todak to be one of the Goliaths. I think for the longest time, they've been more of a David. They've been there. They've been an underdog. They've been qualifying for those grand finals. But they just haven't had the consistency and had that performance that made you feel confident if you're betting for them or if you're cheering for them, right? Compared to someone else that might be going for one of the bigger dogs. But Todak, fantastic performance. I think the execution in that late game was phenomenal. And I gotta ask, what happened to Sem9? What happened?
Just unlucky.
Not really unlucky. I think it was just bad decision making, especially with Orin. We saw how aggressive he was getting in the previous competition as well, but there was solid backup for him as well as the rest of the players were always there together with him. Orin rushes in and the rest of them finish it off. But the biggest mistake to make here was to continue engaging with the squad out there on the battlefield, even knowing that there was a third party. And the third party, although they did not know who that was Farang. And the biggest decision made by Sem9 to continue holding on to that open ground proved to be the worst decision they could make. So bad decisions lead to you moving back to the lobby.
Bad decisions lean, bad outcomes. You can't really suspect good things coming out of this. But yeah, it's not the end of the world, right? We are going to be jumping into game 2 in just a moment, and it's going to be Alpine. So again, another fresh map, a fresh perspective on not just the map, but also the lobby as well. Let's talk about drop points, because I know it's a little bit early to say we don't know where everyone's going to drop in Alpine, but what are we suspecting are going to be the most highly contested drop points and why?
I think it's going to be absolutely random.
You think it's just random? Everyone's just going to be like, okay, we're going to drop here. I'm going to see if anyone else is here as well.
Probably for the first two matches on Alpine, yes. Obviously, when we look back at the Challenger series, some of these teams have been there. They have their resident drop points, but I expect it to change a little bit, right? If we've what we saw yesterday was, for example, Bloody Hit on Kalahari. No one has ever contested them at command post in 2 years, and anyone who tried that have lost. Even the best team got shut out. But Expand did it 2 times in a row, and they were able to beat Bloody Hit in that compound. So if that is something that that is happening on Kalahari, I think it will be a possibility in Alpine as well. But I want to quickly just drag us back to game one. There are two teams I want to point out. First is Todak. I think when Todak kind of acquired a roster, they experienced the entire journey of reaching the top and falling from grace all within 1 year, right? When they acquired the roster, they hit a very high note. They had such good accomplishment locally. And afterwards, the Challenger Series, they dropped all the way down to the bottom. So this is a kind of a redemption tale for them. Secondly is Farang towards the very end of that circle. They didn't get the Booyah because they only had one guy left. But they made such a smart choice, just like what they did against Anxiety and Sem9. They waited until the very end to join in, but they were picking off stragglers. So I think even if Todak got the Booyah, I expect Farang to have the second most kills by the end of that round.
But I do expect Todak to continue to step things up out there on the battlefield, especially when it comes to picking up more kill points, because we haven't seen Exec fully activate that ferocious side of himself just yet. The guy is still trying to get used to the pacing of the squad overall, and he hasn't hit his high notes in the competition.
You know, for all we know,
does.
maybe it's because it's too early. You know, as gamers, we don't really wake up until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So, exactly, not quite awake yet, hasn't had his coffees. He's not quite in the zone yet. Maybe warmed up after this game.
If they're not waking up in the morning, if they don't have that simple discipline, then they're not going to be winning out competitions,
All right, let's take a look at the overall stats. I mean, these are pretty generic. We've got a lot of revives, though, 15. I think that has been towards the higher end of the spectrum for revives. I think so far the highest is 17, and I think the lowest I've seen was 7. So lots of revives, very passive play, really, if you think about it, right? Everyone's just scouting. If they go down, it's all right. Just get them revived, try and have as many people going into that final circle. Lots of rescues as well, but I think in particular, we're going to be seeing the MVP in just a second. Do we have any nominees before we see this?
I think Spark stepped up big time, right? Because yesterday for Todak, it was all about Pedro. I think Spark did a fantastic job, but I'm fine with Jembao getting the MVP as well, because I think he did a phenomenal task. You know, almost 3,700 damage, but also just how the decision making from Farang as a team and individually, Jembao deciding to not make those aggressive moves when everyone else was kind of group hugging each other, having a mosh pit as the circle closes in. Jembao was just chilling in a corner, waiting for that final moment to get a couple more points before he expires.
Yeah, and you look at the overall damage within the lobby itself, it was around 30,000+. This guy took 10% of that damage and he served it up all on his own, right? Through all of those perfect engagements, but I'm still waiting to see exactly who's going to match up to the ferocity of AV Radicals, who managed to secure 10,000+ damage overall as the squad yesterday. And that's like 1/3 of what we see in an overall match. So 4,008 by Toda, impressive, but not as impressive as AV Radicals. I want to see someone outshine them.
I think someone will outshine them. I mean, we've got plenty of games to happen today, so plenty of opportunities for that to maybe happen. I'm really curious to see what kind of records we're going to be seeing at the end of the entire league stage, right? Like who's done the most damage, who's gotten the most headshots. I love seeing those stats because it gives you an insight into that player's general playstyle and impact on the team, right? Like how influential that person is. But I think the thing that I love seeing is a team that has relatively even stats across the board. You don't have that one person that's hogging all the damage. It's spread evenly across the team, and that just proves that the team is equally skilled. You're not having this one person carry their entire roster on their shoulders. But yes, congratulations here to Todak for getting the MVP for this round. Now, we are going to be jumping into our next game in just a second, but very quickly, let's just take a look at the overall standing to see how many points everyone took home from that round. And of course, Todak with that Booyah, they'll be taking home 22 points for the team. Firing in second place will be getting 17 points. Hard to Get's going to be getting much needed points here, 14. We haven't really seen Hard to Get really shine yesterday, so maybe this is going to be a comeback for the squad. Axis Esports, very decent performance as well, also taking home 14. Freedom Cheese and Geek Fam in 5th and 6th with 13 and 9 points. And if we take a look at the other end of the bracket, we thought SAF was going to be a really big contender, but only 6 points this round. Yesterday, pretty disappointing performance after their Booyah, right? SAF sort of fell off the leaderboard, and of course, you did talk about Sem9. This team is just, I'm just gonna say it. I think they're just not awake yet. Gotta give them time. 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but good on Freedom Cheese. I mean, yesterday, overall, they barely picked up much points for themselves. Just in a single round 13, I think this team is finally waking up, and I want to see more from them. We expected cheese strats out of them. Nothing of that sort. But as long as they continue climbing up the leaderboard, I'm going to be a happy man. But, you also asked as to, where can we expect some of that hot action on Alpine a little bit later on. Those hot drops at Forest Raid as well as Rivermouth. Something that I'm definitely looking forward to in Alpine. But the biggest question is who's going to fall victim to those hot drops? Because if some of these big teams who are running for that number one spot, if they want to contend with Expand, they have to avoid all of that midsection part of this map and drop on the outskirts just to play a little for themselves as well.
Yeah, actually, speaking of playstyle, maybe Husky, you can answer this. What do you feel has been the most successful playstyle for these teams, right? Like, there are all kinds of ways that you can play Free Fire. You can play King of the Hill, which is basically playing in the center of the map, basically killing a competition as they come in and gatekeep. Or is it better to maybe scout along the outskirts and catch those stragglers as they're coming in?
I personally think that there is no best way to play it, but there is kind of the best way for specific teams, right? Depending on what the teams in general function individually and also as a unit. For example, Axis and Farang are very clear samples of teams that like to play King of the Hill, especially Axis. They always try to put themselves in the center of the circle, and Farang will always try to follow that. When we look at teams like SAF and Expand, it's the complete opposite. They like to play on the outskirts. They like to kind of snipe you off before they decide that, okay, we're going to make that final push into the safe zone and take control of it. So with that in mind, I think so far the more successful one has come from Expand, but that's also because that they are so good at what they do.
Exactly.
Axis and Farang, they had their own merits as well with what we saw from Axis and Farang just now in game 1. They were in the circle very early on, and they actually survived for pretty darn long before Toda came and spoiled the party. And so when we go to Alpine, I think teams that skirt around the perimeter a bit more might have a better chance of getting away with the booyah.
AJ, did you want to add anything to that, or?
I absolutely agree. Skirting around the perimeter is definitely the kind of method I would take in all of these matches because, the center of the map, everybody wants to get there, right? Those that kind of pick off kills as stragglers, like what Farang did in the previous round, is a little bit more effective. And if executed properly, you are going to find yourself climbing up the leaderboard overall. But Sem9, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they can do at Alpine after they've shown us already what they brought out at the Challenger Series. It's all about consistency. That's one of the things that we highlight sometimes. And I want to see if that consistency is brought in by Sem9 even after a change of aura.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to jump out. Good luck, have fun to all of our participating teams. It is Alpine for teams in Group A and B.
Thank you very much, Danny. We have 7 games today, one lesser than yesterday, but the teams, they get a fair share of, contesting each other on their leaderboard. We've seen teams from Group C yesterday playing the least amount of games, but somehow taking, the leaderboard by storm. And today, we're seeing Axis Esports step up. Farang had a good time. Freedom Cheese being one of the surprises. The question is, can they do the same on Alpine, AJ? I think that would be a statement that has to be proven time and time again for us to be convinced. And in this case, Forest Raid is a high tier loot zone, and that's where you want to see the action unfold.
Yeah, I really don't want the previous matchup to just purely have been luck for Freedom Cheese, right? I want to see consistency out of them in terms of engaging and getting those fights. But we have to also agree the fact that they were catching off players one at a time in that earlier matchup, which kind of made the whole, scene of engagement so much more easier for them. In a group fight, Freedom Cheese, we have seen them falter one too many times. A couple of hot drops here as expected. And it does happen at Fusion as Icon finds SAF very early on in the matchup. MSMC in the hands of the one and only man. Yadob goes down. SAF 2 back-to-back rounds. Don't tell me they're going to be unlucky like this.
Just not having a good start to the day
That's instantaneous.
Yeah, just instantly buys him back. That's the good part. Now, the bad news is that they still haven't solved the problem of Icon's presence, right?
Yeah.
And Icon knows that SAF is nearby. It is very clear that there are some unwanted guests around Fusion. And I think SAF, they are thinking of whether they want to challenge Icon. And it is doable because Icon are pretty much spread out, and SAF, they just need to bring in the numbers, right? And that's the tagline for this major. Power in numbers. So if SAF can do that, I think there's a good chance that they get rid of Icon. So with that being said, SAF, let's see how they want to approach this. They brought back McRory. He's going to get those couple of lose thanks to the rest of his team being able to secure that area. But I can't really say the same for Chessman, though. Out in the open, caught out by the members of ORV X-Men. And Anxiety are down to just 2 measly members. Führer and Kanoho left standing, and the fight is already over.
I'm getting anxiety looking at the engagements picked up here by this squad. Führer runs away as quickly as possible, but ORV surprising to see them popping off so early in the competition after their performance yesterday. Yesterday was a day where, they showed up a little softly, but finally the engagement between Icon and SAF once again breaks through. This time it is Icon that loses a man. Yadop almost down, and it's a double. Eddie had 1 strike at the very same time. Icon equalizes the things here, and the pressure now moves on to the other side. Eddie's on fire as McRory is taken down. The players of SAF only have 1 last guy to depend on, and it looks like Eddie's gonna make quick work of that. Mag 7 in hand, turns the corner, and he gets caught instead. McDo, he had his big breakfast today.
3 more members of Icon to deal with, though, and McDo, he only has so much time to work with. Cap is giving him that bit of space, but McDo able to grab a rifle from the corpse of his victim, getting a second knock, but has no time to confirm it. Now he has to deal with the remaining 2 members of Icon who are thinking of a pincer, giving him a bit more breathing room to try and go for the secure before he potentially goes down. And McDo keeping the hopes of SAF alive. And I'm surprised that Icon are being so patient. I understand for Man, he doesn't have any medkit to work with. So McDo can actually turn this around.
He can, but man just found a medkit, I believe, from one of the loot boxes out there as they drop the players of SAF. And now from the flank that he is going to be pulling off, McDo's done and dusted with, unless he turns around at the very right time. Man approaches, and McDo does exactly that, but man, just a little bit too good. 5 kills so far. Icon still shining as bright as ever. SAF, on the other hand, so unfortunate in the first 2 rounds.
As if nothing ever happened. Icon gets 5 points from 1 single team and brings back the fallen teammates. So a great start for Icon at Fusion. I mean, SAF just having a very, very bad morning so far. Well, afternoon, in fact. Best start of the day. They did have the tendency from day 1 where they kind of split up. They get picked up individually. That was not the case for both match 1 and 2, but even so, it really felt like that early handling of contesting at a compound was very sloppy from SAF. And Icon didn't really do much to win that, right? They were just winning 1 versus 1 and proving that they are better in the aim department.
Icon, I mean, you had the better set of guns on your side. The one weapon that managed to do a number on all of the players of SAF, pretty much 3 out of 4, was that Mag 7. So it's a game of luck. It's a 50-50. If the gods of RNG are kind to you, the loot that you pick up at the very start of that matchup is going to be essential, right? And that's exactly what played against the players of SAF. In round number 1, they only managed to pick up 6. Round number 2, so much more worse. I believe just 2 points overall before getting taken down. Now, the day hasn't started off great for them, but Freedom Cheese, they traded out 1 life as they lost Nafis. Straight towards the revival point, they send out 1 player, whereas the rest of them are scrambling around looking for vehicles. I don't know if that's the best of ideas to be breaking up so early on, but we'll catch up with them a little bit later on. Geek Fam has got no escape revolt just beyond the horizon, and if Geek Fam wants to pick up easy points, this is one of those teams where they might be able to bet on doing exactly that. 4 kills back to back, but we see the tight grouping here by the players of No Escape. ORV, on the other hand, started off yesterday a little bit soft, and today in the first game they picked up absolutely nothing. So this is a big engagement. They cannot risk getting taken down again, Husky.
No, definitely not. I mean, ORV is one of the teams that's kind of the second half of the leaderboard. 12th place, as it seems, right? Because they haven't really haven't been able to do too much. And against hard to get, there is a pretty good chance. The one gripe that I think we can all agree on for hard to get is that long range, no problem. A lot of confidence in these boys, but close quarter combat is where they really struggle.
Yeah.
And I think Forbis is kind of perceived to be the solution, right? Back when he was with SAF, that's the role that he takes on. But it really felt like he hasn't been given the chance to demonstrate. He hasn't been given the room to show off his chops. And hopefully that opportunity comes soon enough, because if the problems of hard to get persist when it comes to CQCs, they are going to get outshined by majority of these teams as the major progresses.
Jan has the perfect weapon to do a number on Batman. He just needs 2 back-to-back shots, potentially on that head. Batman's going to be down and out for the count, and the rest of H2G will be pressured. They are taking that backstab, which is perfect. Jan charges up that grenade. And if he gets this accurately against Forbis or JZ, it will turn the tide in this battle. But as they take their eyes off of Batman, that's the best thing that can happen for the side of H2G to take this backstab. I like the positioning by both teams as Yasta gets brought back by Haziq. This hot drop, this hot zone, because of what the danger of that drops bring forth, will be a little bit too sticky for any one of these players to hop on out of their compound. As the danger zone clears, this battle will continue. Jan continues charging up the grenade. He just needs to pop JZ to start this battle off.
He's actually thinking about it, and hard to get. They've started evacuating. That one actually tagged onto Ares, but only chipping him a bit. But ORV, they take that as a sign to go in, and it pays off. JZ doesn't get a chance to recuperate. And Jan also ambushes Ares from behind. 2 free kills for X-Men. And that's the weakness of hard to get. They are just not as proficient as a lot of teams when it comes to CQCs. And we saw how ORV X-Men just went straight in, got a couple of kills, and hard to get seemingly unprepared in any way. And that means that ORV X-Men gets 3 free kills off of a team that shows 0 resistance.
Yeah, because ORV, they've got both the weapon types, right? Those that are perfect for the close range engagement, the Mag 7s, as well as that mid to long range engagements. They have a couple of assault rifles on their side as well. Whereas you saw the players of Hard to Get, a majority of them only had the snipers, long range capability, but no angles to play with whatsoever. The movements of ORV through that compound defensively, making sure none of them can get a straight long angle shot against them, was the winning factor here for ORV. But as they continue to bust through all of those glue walls, they're on the hunt for yet another squad. They're not going to find any, so continue rotating in towards the next compound. They are in the circle, so nothing much to rush for, but they have to focus on their looting process because that one engagement took a lot out of them. Nafis, on the other hand, from the side of Freedom Cheese, surrounded, manages to get one knock, but quickly finished off by Man. And that's a close range attack with that AC-80.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, Freedom Cheese somehow having one singular member around Forest Ridge, pretty weird. But they can afford to bring him back for sure. So not much was lost in that process, which is a bit weird to see Freedom Cheese having someone on the other side of the island. Slumber actually getting tagged from 10 miles away. I wonder if that one went over to Farang or not. But Icon are currently leading the leaderboard with 6 total kills so far. Everyone is healthy. Everyone is topped up. Geek Fan making contact with Revolt. Jim Quest losing his life.
And that's the weakness of the strategy of Freedom Cheese that we were talking about earlier on, them splitting apart. But I understand the ideation of Freedom Cheese. All of them split apart to see which one of their players can get to that revival point first. And they play the game of numbers here. Someone is going to succeed in their maneuvering to find one of those buy spots or that revival platform. And it looks like that plan was sound. Now, the full squad at Malaysia and so close to the next circle as well. I'm loving Freedom Cheese on day number 2 as compared to how they performed on day 1. But Icon now getting caught by the players of Farang. Long range engagement, perfection, Riptide Rhythm sent out by the players of Icon. But I don't know if or not catching out the one and only Spade is going to be a better option rather than returning fire. Now Spade on, beautiful takedown from the back one as they drop that glue wall. That was the perfect setup to stop Farang from launching themselves out of this compound.
This is going to be a tough one for Farang though. They have to take that leap of faith. Jembao, almost getting shot down from the skies, and Icon not able to confirm any of the knocks, and Farang live to fight another day. They shoot themselves far away from the battle zone and into the hands of Freedom Chi. So the battle is not over yet, but Farang, they might have a better chance against Freedom Chi than they had against Icon.
Dino, tagged up by Too Bad. AC80 still for those shots, and Yazid gets taken out prematurely. Spade, fantastic response as he gets pressured. Now that high ground advantage by Too Bad, but doesn't seem to affect Nafis at all, who has the AWM in hand. Long range combat capability by Nafis is solid, but Spade once again with that AC80 perfection manages to trade him out. And now Farang are once again in control of this battle. Asta makes a mistake, approaches the situation a little prematurely. There is that assault rifle in the hands of the boys of Farang, and they hop on out to take Asta out of the equation. Asta's on standby with a Max 7, but that LMG in the hands of Bayern finishes Asta off. Farang with the 6 kills, and unfortunately for Freedom Cheese, they are out, back in the lobby.
And for Icon, it's all about taking that momentum early on and carrying forward, paying it until the end of the round. And the next contender is not going to be easy. It's Sem9. We say that, but Sem9 actually had a very, very slow start to the tournament. In fact, they're behind Geek Fam by, I think, 3-4 placements. We kind of expected the opposite. Doran having the grenade launcher in hand and start pressuring the members of Icon, but one of them has slipped through into the compound of Sem9. And Mano4, he needs to hold the fort, and he's doing a fantastic job. Eddie going down, Victory getting traded back, Mano4 still standing strong, and this guy, he's the king of close range combat. And if you want to challenge Mano4, you better make darn sure he goes down and not have a chance to be revived. And Sem9 so far are making a statement that this place belongs to them and them alone. Icon not able to break through the defense. Cap still outside the compound. Geek Fam coming in. The rivals of Sem9 showing up on the doorstep with grenades in hand. And Sem9 now caught in the crossfire.
But Orin does have a grenade launcher just to equalize all of that numbers advantage that the players of Geek Fam have in here. And at the very same time, Sem9 picking up their players one after the other as Thoda goes in for the attack on Anxiety. Kanoho, final player left alive and kicking, has the VSS in hand. He sees the players of Thoda, but remains silent. And the game of silence, this trigger discipline should serve him well. The circle, though, going to pressure both of these teams to run out and away. And I believe this is going to be the end of Anxiety. Pedro down on the ground. Spark, Exact, they're losing their HP as well as Sem9 gets eliminated by Geek Fam off screen. Kanoho actually knocks down Exact. Kanoho doing a lot, and Kanoho finishes off the players of Thoda.
Yeah, and Icon also bow out thanks, I believe, to Farang kind of invading that compound as well. So no one's the winner. Well, except if you're Farang or Geek Fam, then you are very happy with the result. Geek Fam with 9 kills so far. And honestly, you know, knowing the history between Geek Fam and Sem9's roster coming into this major, I mean, pride is on the line. If Geek Fam is dunking on Sem9, it's gonna be a big slap in the face for Sem9 overall, right? This acquisition, it was considered to be one of the most valuable one for Sem9, but it hasn't really paid off so far. But you know, hopefully that changes. Neptune with a huge double nade, taking out 2 members of X-Men. Was still trying to kind of run into the circle and towards Axis, who have set up this impenetrable fortress in this open ground. Grenades being lobbed by Neptune. He has a grenade launcher in hand as well, and ORB X-Men bow out.
Axis Esports now taking the fight up against some of these teams a little bit smartly, because they're allowing the players of Farang and Geek Fam to do battle against each other whilst they sneak into the next circle just to wait for their next contender. They've got that grenade launcher in hand. They've got perfect sorts of skills to maneuver around. Long range engagement compatibility perfect on the side of Axis. They've got the Charge Buster waiting. They've got the Groza in hand as well. What is not on the side of Axis? Absolutely nothing. But Geek Fam might just be able to do a number on them. They're flanking around from the right-hand side as the circle starts to move in, but they're letting the pace of the circle determine exactly when they move.
Farang, they can take the chance to move now. Geek Fam, they have taken their eyes off of Farang for now. It's a good chance for Farang to do some damage. This was what we saw in game 1. Farang are not in a rush to get anything done. Axis, they had the circle in the beginning, but they are being Really, really pressured by Geek Fam, who are right on their doorstep. And look at Farang. They are taking their time. They are crossing the road. Jembao a good snipe onto Apis. Geek Fam being slowly brought to their feet. Axis and Farang come together to try and bring down Geek Fam and set up this grand finale. But Farang, they want more of the pie. The grenade launcher, the tag with the Jembao. He's on the ground, but Yasta is finished off. Axis against Farang becomes the main course to close out round number 2. Jembao picked back up and queue up by his teammates. Axis going for the final push. They've done this before. Can Farang hold on? Jembao in the front line. Shahid leading the charge. A pincer maneuver gone horribly wrong for Axis Esports as the charge buster in the hand of Farang is just way too strong and Axis falls to their feet. Farang grabs the booyah.
Great ideation by Axis, moving in for the pincer, but the one bad mistake is sending 3 players towards the right and just 1 on the left. That guy falls onto the ground first, so no pressure. Everybody turns around and the charge buster does a number on the players of Axis Esports. And the one mistake of the players of Geek Fam is focusing the pressure that they could have played with a grenade launcher instead against the players of the one and only Axis who were inside of that circle. They focus their firepower on Farang. Terrible decision. They get snuffed out in the 3rd spot, but fantastic in terms of approach towards that final battle by Farang.
Fantastic play from Farang, right? They did this in round 1, didn't get the booyah, but they came in 2nd. They did it again in round 2, and it paid off big time. And Axis once more cannot finalize the round. We're gonna welcome back Danny into this conversation. And Danny, it seems like what we've set up for round 2 has came true.
It has, and I'm not sure if I'm misremembering. Is this just a case of deja vu? I feel like we've seen Axis do this yesterday as well, where the team, they feel forced to be the ones to initiate. But in this case, I can see why they had to. I was looking at the inventories of both teams going into that final zone. This is when Geek Fam was still alive as well. And because Axis were in such an open space, they had to use, I think, almost all of their glue walls to be able to fend off Geek Fam. So when it came to that last engagement, Axis had to go. Otherwise, they had, see that one glue wall? That was all they had. that was basically all they had to work with. So defender's advantage for Farang, and them having a couple glue walls in their back pocket really worked in their favor. So Farang, fantastic. They had the resources. They played amazingly. Axis, if they got the crucial shots during the initial rush, I think they would have won, but they just didn't get the shots.
Yeah. Remember what happened yesterday between Axis and Toad? Almost the same thing, right? But in this case, I think Farang just did a fantastic job. When I was looking at the map the entire time, and Farang did not budge, they actually had the hardest time trying to move into the circle because there was that one freeway in the middle, and it's the most dangerous spot to cross in any form of battle royale. But thanks to Geek Fam feeling the pressure to move in, Farang just instantly, they put down, I believe, like 1 or 2 glue walls, and they all ran through. They crossed the hardest part of the map, and they just waited for Axis and Geek Fam to wear themselves out.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, did anyone have any grenades left? I think on the side of Axis, they mustn't have, because if you look at that scenario, 1 or 2 grenades would have been an amazing resource to flush out their opponents. So, you know, this is when the economy really kicks in Free Fire. It's not a case of you have to use anything whenever you want. You need to be very strategic, and sometimes you have to think ahead and say, like, do I need this grenade for this last push? Am I going to need this, or should I use it now to try and flush somebody out or get this final pick off? It's really tough because you cannot fully predict what's going to happen in the future, but there's also a case of, can you weigh the pros and cons of having to use this now and this later? So, I mean, we're seeing the pinnacle of our region's Free Fire. We're seeing the best of our region play. So for anyone out there that thinks that we're bashing the players or whatnot, Free Fire is pretty complicated when it comes to these decisions, you know? It's not a choice of like, oh, this is definitely the absolute best play. There's a lot of thinking that needs to be done whilst you're shooting.
I mean,
crazy.
The fans might have an opinion, but the organizations definitely appreciate the assessment, I'm very sure, because there were 2 main mistakes made by Axis Esports. Number 1, wasting some of their lethals. They had the grenade launcher, and they had a solid number of grenades on their side. They tossed it out, but those grenades barely got anything for them. And at the end of the day, I forgot the team that they were engaging with in that final circle before moving on to Farang as well as Geek Fam. But it was the gunfights that actually got them all of the kill points at the very end of the day. The grenades basically forced the teams to use some of their resources like the time turn and glue walls, but didn't really give them any kill points whatsoever. So I absolutely agree with that assessment. They could have used it much later. But the biggest weakness for Axis Esports in the final circle was they were the first ones there, but no initiative to take control of the biggest defensive boulder that you had in that final circle, which Farang just ran towards, right? And you see, what you saw on the screen should have been something that the players realized within the game. We are running out of resources. We are running out of glue walls. So you have to use your terrain to your advantage. And instead of that, they just sat out there in the open wondering, okay, who's going to get closer to the circle first? Is it going to be Farang? Is it going to be Geek Fam? And when you're stuck out there like a sitting duck, you are going to be punished. They got super lucky that Geek Fam and Farang were doing battle against each other first, because if they had focused on them instead, I think they would have been snuffed out so much earlier.
I think so.
Yeah, great maneuvering to that final circle, but bad decision making led them to losing what could have been their own booyah.
It's actually the same thing as game one, right? They were the first to get into the center before it moved towards Farang. And in that case, they were also pressured by two different teams. I believe it was Todak and is Todak and Geek Fam? Todak, Todak and Geek Fam as well, right? With hard to get on the other side, occupied by Farang. But with all that being said, I think regardless of whether Axis had utilities or not, it was never going to be an easy closure to that circle, simply because you are being pressured by two teams at once, right? I think Axis also felt compelled to make a decision at that point, especially when you have Geek Fam running straight at you. You have to commit to something, and I think Farang just made the smarter choice out of everyone else to take advantage of this chaos and kind of run away with a free booyah.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's a completely different ball game when you're playing out in the open and when you're playing with compounds, right? Like you've got walls, you've got windows, you've got staircases, like you've got things to hide behind. But when you're out in the open, it's completely different in terms of playstyles. But anyways, very quickly, we're going to take a look at Flank here, who is nominated as our MVP for the round. Does anyone contest our choice of MVP?
I don't think anybody really stood out with their plays earlier except for Kanoho, because I think he is the MVP, although the team didn't really get a lot, but that was one of the best plays for me in the matchup, where the trigger discipline served him really well to eliminate 3 players as well as the whole squad of Toda before they got into the next circle. Yes, he got caught out. He was that final survivor, but it's those kind of plays that really get me excited as a shoutcaster, right? Because it's a trigger discipline that you don't really see available in each and every single player out there on the battlefield. But I wouldn't really contest this because, it was a fantastic play, but that's about it.
Right. Husky?
Definitely a more average round. Like, no one was kind of the superstar per se. We're not seeing something like crazy as a Pedro clutch, or an EXO hidden angle. But overall, I think that the first 2 rounds was more about decision making, right? And I think Farang definitely showed us that in both rounds. And I would, give it to them in round 1 as well. They didn't win it, but they certainly made it incredibly, they certainly made it farther than a lot of teams thought that they would have.
All right, gentlemen, so we have concluded our first 2 games of the day, but we have one more. Which means we're going to be going for a reset here as we jump back into Purgatory. And I think most importantly with this, I love seeing the resets because now teams have a second chance going into this next map. They have knowledge, they have information, and for anyone that got eliminated early, they have a chance to redo, if you think about it, kind of. Maybe. they can give themselves a chance to maybe have a better round. And so this is where we maybe start seeing the adapters coming through, the teams that learn from their mistakes, the teams that really put a lot of their strategy in towards knowing where everyone likes to go. And I think this is where the coaches are going to start kicking in. I think you two always mention AJ and Husky, especially for teams that have the analysts. They can go back and see where teams dropped, what their general pathing is, and that's when they're going to have an advantage. I suppose that's probably the sort of point of view that I'm going with. But very quickly, let's just take a look at the current standings here for that round that just concluded. Farang taking home 25 points. I know Team Husky over here is very happy with this. He has been cheering for Farang since the very beginning. ORV X-Men in second place is going to be taking home 18 points, actually a point ahead of Geek Fam, who'll be taking home 17 from the round. Axis, yes, they came second, but they unfortunately were not able to keep up in the kills department. They did play a bit of a slower game this round and will be taking home 15 points. But again, this is still good news for this org because we know that this is where Axis have been mainly getting their points from this particular group, as I'm very sure they'll be shaking when it comes to Group C. But we'll talk about Group C a little bit later on. A bit of a surprise here, though. Icon have been keeping up with the competition. I'm surprised that Icon haven't consistently playing, at least in the mid. I haven't been doing too terribly today. And look at these overall standings. Farang is going to be taking first place here with 102 points. Yes, expanded dropped, but that's because they're in Group C. We haven't seen them play yet. Axis has also climbed. So this is basically the opportunity for teams in Group B. Get your points in and try and build that lead before Expand play.
It's very early for me to say this, but I have a bit of concern regarding Semnai at this point. And this links back to a conversation that I think we had on the broadcast during the grand finals of the Challenger series regarding Semnai as a team, right? We were comparing Semnai to Farang at back then when they were Geek Fam to Farang, where we talked about how this roster, they don't really have a coach or a coaching staff, but they were doing so well. You know, they did all the roles as players, they coached themselves, they planned out strategies, and it really shows how good they are individually. And Farang is keeping up because they have the support staff. And we also kind of pointed out that in the long run, Farang will eventually win, and then we are seeing the effects of that. Because Semnai right now, I don't think has a coaching staff, but Farang remains solid with that backbone support, and they're pulling ahead of Semnai little by little.
Yeah. And you need that backbone support, right? You need that third-party opinion, especially match after match, to tell you exactly what you should be adjusting, exactly what you shouldn't be doing in your following match. I mean, we are rambling on in here, but I don't think most of the boys are listening to the English broadcast. That's going to be a problem for them. But some of them do, thankfully. But in terms of strategy, you really need to figure it out. But for all of you guys, thank you very much for participating in the comment section and hitting that like as well as share. This is the code for you, the 2 Death's Eye weapon loot crate.
Make sure you claim them now as well, because this is a time-limited code. It's not a quantity-limited code.
Yes.
So everyone can claim it as long as the code is valid. So again, claim it now or claim it at least before the broadcast ends, and share it with your friends and family so that they can also redeem these lovely goodies from Garena, who have so generously given us these goodies to give to all of you. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast, folks. We do have a lot more games happening, and the next one, we are still going to continue with Group A and B, but we're going to be moving back to Purgatory.
Honestly, every Free Fire tournament feels like Christmas, right? Because Garena is like Santa Claus. They are just giving stuff out. But unlike Santa Claus, you actually have to work for it. That's pretty much it. They don't drop it down your chimney. You just have to claim it. But with that being said, I think for Purgatory, I don't expect much changes, honestly. I still think that Farang and Todak and Axis are gonna have the same approach. In this case, Group C is gonna join in, so Todak's gonna sit out for a while, and this is where we see Axis and Farang getting challenged by Expand and AV Radicals.
Yeah. Now let's talk about this matchup, okay? Because again, this is going to be a reset for A and B, and we have some data to work with. I'm not sure if you guys got it. I think I sent it to you in Discord. We have the drop locations for Game 1. Now, of course, it's just one game. I think some of these teams are potentially looking to maintain their drop points. But with the information that we have, do you think the teams are potentially going to stay with their same drop points if nobody dropped in that area in Game 1?
I mean, if nobody else dropped in that area, then yes, ma'am, that is definitely a sound idea. If they took a hot drop, on the other hand, and if they were the losing party in that engagement, even if they were the winning party, if you want to maximize your points in the competition, you have to look somewhere else. Unless you want to go in for that ego challenge, super confident that you can take the fight and bet against the 50-50 odds, be my guest, and we will probably make fun of you.
No, me. Oh my god. Oh goodness. Alright, we're gonna go for a quick break. So we are going to go for the toilet, but make sure you are back after this. Right, let's get
Where have we?
Here before.
As players,
And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth first.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Fire with the boy once again.
MCPS.
power in
Numbers.
Gaming from Philippines. I would like to greet happy 5th anniversary Garena Free Fire.
Hi Garena Free Fire, this is Faith and I just want to greet you happy 5th anniversary.
Happy 5th birthday Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Garena Free Fire, more buoyant to come.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players,
and as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth first.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
Fire with the boy once again.
MCPS.
power in
Numbers.
Quadra kill! Unstoppable!
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire. Congratulations.
Happy birthday, Free Fire!
May wish you a very very happy birthday Free Fire.
Hello, selamat menyambut hari jadi Free Fire yang ke-5. So wish you very happy anniversary Free Fire.
Happy birthday Free Fire yang ke-5.
Happy birthday Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire. Selamat hari jadi Free Fire.
Happy birthday, Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi Garena Free Fire, Pepe here. I just want to greet you happy 5th anniversary.
Yo, it's me, Pedro Carias, and I would love to greet Garena Free Fire a happy 5th anniversary.
Hi, I'm Makisix Gaming. Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi, I'm PH Mark. I just want to say that happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi guys, this is Jack. Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire. Hi everyone, I am Vinoy and I would just like to greet Garena Free Fire a happy 5th birthday.
Hi, I'm Twinkle Gaming from Philippines. I would like to greet happy 5th anniversary Garena Free Fire.
Hi Garena Free Fire, this is Faith and I just want to greet you a happy 5th anniversary.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS.
power in
Numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just finished up our first 2 games of the day, and I did make a small minor error. I thought we were going to be going for a reset like yesterday, but no, we are going straight for a group change, which means B versus C, and this is a deadly group for a certain number of teams.
Yep.
Everyone except Expand, because we saw Expand expand their lead in all of their games yesterday, and we could be seeing the exact same thing in this grouping. Husky, AJ, welcome back to the broadcast. Hope you guys had a nice small break, because we are going to have some amazing games lined up right now. Expand is now going to be taking the field, and I think if I was everyone else, my knees would be shaking, my elbows would be quaking, and I want to cry.
And Expand has got more matches in comparison to Group B today, so if you are in Group B, you gotta definitely cry, especially if in match number 1 itself, Expand does pop off. But what they can hope and perhaps pray for is Expand is proficient at 2 maps and not all 4. That's at least something that they can count on. But if Expand shows that they can play Purgatory well as well, I would have zero hope for the other teams on Alpine, because it's so much more easy in comparison to the amount of terrain that you have to cover when you get to Purgatory.
Yeah, I mean, you all are describing Expand like there's some like Dark Soul raid boss that is unkillable. But
yesterday, they
I
had
agree.
a 60% booyah rate.
Look at who's on the Expand bandwagon now.
I am not here, to smack talk Expand supporters. I love them as well, but I do think that they're not invincible, right? They are super good, and I personally think they have a good chance of showing up huge again today. But it's not to the point where teams gonna start crying and giving up. I think that's a bit of a far stretch, because we do have some teams that I think can match up to them, right? AB Radicals, Farang, Axis, these guys.
Who are you predicting then, Husky?
Well, I'm coughing because I'm scared of Expand, so I think Expand's gonna take it.
All right, AJ, I want to hear your prediction before I jump out the podcast.
This guy keeps taking my pick, man. I want to say Expand, but since he does say Expand, I want to think that Axis Esports might be able to recover a little bit of their performance this time around. They made mistakes twice back-to-back already, so hopefully they can bring the adjustment this time around.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to jump on out of here. Good luck, have fun. It's Group B versus C on Purgatory.
Let's see exactly what they've got this time around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I want to see the players of Group B chug out their most in here, and I believe that's exactly what we will be able to get out of this battle between all of them. And you see, you have bet on Expand, Husky. I think Axis might have a good chance of winning this. But what are the odds of both of them getting knocked out the moment we take a hot drop in here?
Oh boy, honestly, I think you just hit the nail on the head, right? I think Expand is probably going to continue hot dropping people and eliminating them. I think we're already going to see that right now around Brasilia, where hard to get are pretty much spread out. So if Expand gets the drop on them, probably 2 kills will come their way instantaneously. On the other hand, though, Blacklist International and ORP X-Men, they are trying to get something done. Newbie, he just got some weapon trying to shoot by his now. Shots getting ran over. complete pandemonium in the opening rounds of this match. Blacklist International losing newbie from the get-go. And it seems like ORV X-Men also did lose shots. So who's the winner and who's the loser? I feel like both of them have lost.
Yeah, I think both of them are losers, man, in this particular one. Don't take that hot drop. How many times do I have to repeat it? I have no idea. But sometimes out there, it's just a case of this is our first time in here. Let us find our momentum. Blacklist International starts things off super rocky. Losing newbie, not something they anticipated, but Fires has done a good job to return fire and bring 2 points back to the players of Blacklist International. Mirol and Ashura, they hold the outside perimeter, allowing Jazli and Yan to back away a little bit, and Ashura actually catching hold of him, tags him up just a little bit. Now they know exactly where ORV moves onto. Fires, LMG in hand. Jazli wants to return via Bison. It's the SMG versus LMG. And Jazli says, no, thank you, sir. I'm out of here.
I'm just surprised that no one started punching each other when we saw like what 5-6 guys running in the huddle. It's like it's like they're trying to all get to the finishing line. Blacklist made it there first, so good for them. They finally take control of this compound. Like you said, AJ, they came out on top just barely. Fire still trying to fish for members of ORV, but that was the completely wrong angle. And that's going to give him a good inkling of where Jazli might be. Ashura on the hunt and makes contact. Actually misses Jazli hiding behind the bed frame just for a while. They will pick up point number 3.
You know, the performance of Farang today in comparison to what they were able to do yesterday in 6 rounds is quite phenomenal, man. 6 rounds yesterday, Farang only picked up 60 points. And from the 2 that they've participated in here today so far, 42 points, Husky. So I cannot wait to see them hop on back a little bit later on and get into some of these hot action, because we haven't spotted Farang out at all. And they are in this Group B, ready to take on Expand. Yesterday was a day of Expand. Today with Farang starting things off so hot, I have got a little bit more confidence in that brand now.
Uh-oh. Not sure if that was intentional by Jens.
What? Thank you, production. This
Thank you.
This is his face as his bike fell off the cliff.
This is your face when you drop and you realize that you didn't get the gun.
This is Blacklist International and ORV. Like, what?
Probably
ORV.
more towards ORV. The Blacklist, I mean, they are the ones on the run. Unfortunately for Yan, he not only has very little resources to work with, he has also lost his only means of transportation. It's going to be a tough one, and Jay-Z not going to have a good time out in the open. When you go into Purgatory and you want to contest fishing huts later on, you have to always keep in mind that Farang might be there. They love these kind of spots.
And I love what Farang did there. It might have looked like a mistake. 2 back-to-back Riptide rhythms being sent towards one player just to get that kill point. Because usually the moment one Riptide rhythm hits, another glue wall is immediately erected. And Farang, they are bringing in that strategy to make sure teams that play that sort of a meta against them are immediately taken out of the equation. So I like that. That's a little bit of a preview of what Farang can do much later on. But the timing's going to be so important. And it's not always that you get the opportunity to shoot out 2 Riptide rhythms just to take 1 extra kill point. So you gotta kind of weigh the negative effects of wasting a Riptide rhythm just to get 1 kill point out there on the battlefield. But so early on, you know that refresh is gonna hit, and Farang's gonna be right back in the matchup and setting out more of those Riptide rhythms. But I like it. I like this adjustment, and Jay-Z's just gonna be allowed to bleed out on the battlefield. I think this is a little bit mean by Farang.
I kind of feel like it could be the case. Let's see what Farang shows us. No, they're definitely feeling really good about themselves. No, it's going to revolt though up against Blacklist International, who was able to catch a break early on, and Ashura finds a long-range snipe. It will be up against Shah close range, and Shah unfortunately getting pressured by 3 different members of Blacklist at the same time, and he is the frontier of the rest of No Escape Revolt. But where's his teammate though? They need to support him a bit. Once this glue wall goes down, Blacklist International can get the drop. Grenade comes out, Mirror gets the prize, and seems like No Escape Revolt able to return fire. Fire's last man standing.
And they do
it. 2 more down. Blacklist International has a chance in a 1 versus 1. Fire's wrapping around the corner, but realizes that it might not be the fight that he can win, and No Escape Revolt holds on with Slurpee being the final bastion of the team.
Oh, big plays by Slurpee, managing to provide that suppressive fire. But Blacklist International, I feel like Fire is just a little bit smarter, backing away to revive Ashura and to pick Ashura up to make sure they've got the game of numbers to play against No Escape Revolt. But they've already allowed one guy to escape, and therefore we can expect No Escape to be back in the next circle outside of the zone. Slurpee makes a good headway to get into a compound where he can buy back a couple of his team members, but the unsuspecting ORV, these are the two people that were left surviving by Blacklist International. For them to engage now at Lumber Mill is just nothing short of epic, Husky.
Yeah, well, Blacklist, honestly, that was probably one of the better rounds of Blacklist.
Jan.
You cheeky little fool. Doesn't get the kill though, the truck keeping...
But he tagged him up.
He did.
Outside the circle.
Let him... It's just phase one. He should be able to patch. The only reason he goes down will be that he has no medkits. And if he doesn't have any medkits, then he deserves to go down. Well, I say that, but he has ran out of medkits. So
yeah, but he had one that he has patched himself up with now, and Slurpee is going in to swim across the body of water, and I think Jan has done the damage already. Very smart plays from him, managing to tag up the player even though he was in the vehicle. But Freedom Cheese, let's see if or not this team can go back up to putting some points on the table. We talked about how round one of the day was solid for Freedom Cheese, very surprisingly solid after a little bit of non-performance from them yesterday. But game two, they showed us that so maybe round one was a little bit lucky. But Axis Esports going up against them. If Freedom Cheese can shut them down, I'll believe in the brand once again. Nafis, Max 7, close range combat, but goes up against Neptune, who has got the Vector in hand. Switches it out to the Woodpecker, long range. I don't know what he's doing, but Neptune actually gets Yazid. What in the world is going on?
Oh, they really thought that Axis would go for the car, but here they come, Axis. A full rush into this building, grenade onto the second floor. Yazid brought back up. The nade doesn't go off just yet. Doesn't really tackle the members of Freedom Cheese, but Yazid, he's just gonna mow down the members of Freedom Cheese. Asa out in the perimeter of this building, but his back is turned. Shahid can attack. Oh, the sniper, Batman from afar, hard to get. Joins this fight. Freedom Cheese down to just Yazid, the lone survivor hiding in the attic of this building. Flame cuts down the members of Freedom Cheese. Yazid able to bring Nafis back up, but Axis Esports have taken control of the ground floor. And what is the answer from Freedom Cheese right now? Because I don't think they can go anywhere. And Axis Esports, they just made it to the attic. But they're coming one by one though. Yazid loses the challenge against Rap, the import from Indonesia. The new star of Axis Esports showing off what he's made of. And Axis Esports finish off the kills. 4 points for the team.
You know, Raf is truly showing off his skills out there on the battlefield. It's the Max 7 against the M1887. M1887 does not have that auto pump out of that shotgun like you have on that Max 7. You really need to be accurate, but if you are accurate, you are absolutely deadly. And that's exactly what Raf is. Absolutely deadly out there on the battlefield. Best import so far, best one to make the roster of Axis absolutely stacked. Bloody Head, on the other hand, this is their first match of the day, and it looks like the very first one that they spot out there on the battlefield is a player from the side of No Escape Revolt. Race put down onto the ground. Bloody Head circling around the perimeter of this next circle, but if they continue down this path, they might come across the players of AV Radicals, and that's a radical mistake. Bloody Heads will not be able to sustain a fight against them, especially with the fact that they do not have a compound to work with here, just open grounds.
Unless, if Mark gets this confirmed kill, then the ties might change. AV Radical's not really going off to a good start. The circle is going to close in, and you can see Ritus is holding the highest point of this hill, and they are already down by a single member. So Bloody Head can still take up this fight with properly tunnelable. Completely taking his eyes off the ball. Gets punished by Kaloy from that low ground. Ritu responding in kind. They still have the high ground advantage. They can still set up all of these glue walls to keep themselves safe. And Wine also taking this chance to recuperate himself. But look at No Escape Revolt. They're thinking about interfering. Kala already knocked down, but it's not by AV Radicals. It's actually from the low ground. So Bloody Head ends up being pincered in the middle of this mountain by two different teams.
Slumber, what are you doing? This is just an open battlefield for you, and Bloody Heads are just 3 points for you. And no, they actually back away from that engagement. No escape revolt. Not revolting against anyone. Finally, Slumber decides to take a couple of pot shots and manages to get one knock here on the behalf of Slurpee. Slumber gets taken down as Bloody Heads responds. It's just an absolute chaos here. No escape revolt with the decision making infuriating. But it's all right. They do manage to get one out of this engagement. And now together with their partners up top, AV Radicals, Bloody Heads is toast.
Yeah, 100% toast. Slurpee secures that kill. And now the next step is to actually get out of this area, which has very little cover. And when you steal, the punishment is death. Well, only in Free Fire, not in real life. So do not take my word for that. Slurpee also doesn't have much to work with. AV Radicals should be able to close this off and get themselves up to 4 as well. Why getting the easy knockdown. But the good news is that No Escape Revolt still has someone left on the map.
Wine yesterday, by the end of yesterday, was the best player in the competition, but has been quickly replaced by Spade from Farang today, who has overtaken his 15 kills in the competition with 21 of his own. Pedro right behind in that second spot. And obviously, just the stats from day number 1 doesn't mean that you are going to be staying at the top of the leaderboard all the time. And that's something that Xpan needs to remember as they make their way in towards the circle. Axis Esports, they've always found their placement points inside of that final circle, but what they haven't been able to find consistently after the first couple of rounds is the execution when it comes to that final circle engagement.
Oh, Blacklist International doing a very, very good job so far.
Yeah.
Best run that they had, out of the entirety of yesterday's matches that they played. This is one of the solid ones. And now the next enemy ahead of them is going to be Axis. And so far, AJ, we have not seen Expand. They have been so quiet. We saw them hard dropping hard to get. Even then, there was no action.
Now they show up.
AV Radicals is around, and we do see glimmer of EWG. Manchai getting a drop onto Wine, a quick finisher with the frag grenade to give them that mad advantage. Tanamo and Raimi are playing from long range. Ritu trying to buy some space, and Tanamo actually gets a tag onto Bonito. Russos also enters the ring. Orange Esports wants to make themselves known in this battle, as Tanamo is constantly lobbing out that grenade launcher, runs up ammunition. Tanamo getting the second one. Bonito goes down once more, and AV Radicals, they need to finish this off as soon as possible. Raimi out with a long range snipe onto Twa, but Dekos takes out Raimiao instead. Twa does drop, but AV Radicals are down just to Raimiao.
Yeah, Manchai from the back as he runs outside of the circle. This is the opportunity for Raimiel to at least pick up Ritus. He needs to decide, does he want to go for a kill point or does he want to pick up his brother who will not be able to return? AV Radicals, big mistake. They don't pick up their team member and they get punished by the players of Orange Esports off screen, who took full advantage of that engagement. And now Eastern Wolves Gang in trouble as well. Earlier on, we saw that one engagement by the side of Expand as they took out a member of Farang. Farang looking for a little bit of revenge here as Fires drops Cobra. Too Fast gets taken out by Fires as well. Blacklist still doing a lot out there in the battlefield.
A tough place for Expand to be in. Minimal cover against all this suppressive fire, not just from Blacklist International, but also from Farang as well. It is one of those rounds where Expand gets caught out in the open with their pants down and their hands up. And Blacklist International took full advantage of that. One of the only teams with a decent line of defense to work with, and now they start to slowly chip away at Farang. And maybe day 2 is where Blacklist really show that they are not just, a couple of names put together for this major.
Yeah. And the one biggest difference here that I can see is D is not playing in the team. That might be, the secret here. You take the old fingers out, man. But D, I love you, brother. That might just be the secret. She's in here. 5, 6 kills so far. You throw the Youngblood in. The Youngblood gives you all of those kills. And let's see what else this boy can do for the squad. The one and only Farang. Earlier on, they sacrificed Jembal to the players of Expand, who very quickly took that hit. And Axis Esports, we've seen this time and time again, them getting into that final circle, but not managing to finish things off just yet towards the final parts of yesterday as well as the start of today. But this might just be their game. Hard to get, bringing in the grenade launcher to the mix. But Orange Esports staying very silent, and they finally strike. Spade taken down. Fire shuts down too bad. Farang in a lot of trouble. Everybody's aiming for their heads.
Yeah, Blacklist running straight into Axis right now, looking hard to get. They are kind of having a field day. This is the shooting gallery of hard to get, but they're getting forced out by the sheer pressure of players running towards them. Miro, he's gonna be the first point of contact. Farang already expired to the blue zone. Blacklist International with 12 kills. A big nade! That's Batman getting the drop. And Ashura chips in to wipe out Axis Esports. Orange and hard to get. The last two contenders on the map. Seems like nothing can stop Blacklist International at this point. And honestly, when Blacklist International went for the overhaul and dropped Cobra and Cole, we thought it was a downgrade, and it certainly felt like it in Game 1. But maybe this roster is trying to prove something, that they can also meet expectations, and they are doing a darn good job at it.
Orange Esports yesterday wasn't really a day that they showed up in the competition. Today is their opportunity to climb up that leaderboard overall. Ashura dropped. Orange Esports once again stepping up to the plate as Rosso shuts down Miro. Blacklist International getting toasted by the boys in the side of Orange. 4 kills in. Decos goes down, but Tom trades out Batman. Fantastic engagement. 3-way. Orange Esports still surviving with their final player. And from not showing up on day number 1, they secure their booyah. First one of day 2.
Fantastic performance from Orange Esports. Not in the kill departments for sure, but able to hold on until the very end. And this was a team that had no showing domestically, in that debut tournament for, 4 days out of 6? And they took 2 days to break into the grand finals. And in the grand finals, they also showed us a glimmer of hope. So definitely don't count them out in this major. But I think the spotlight was definitely stolen away by Blacklist to a certain extent because of how much Blacklist International has shown in this tournament, right? Definitely not a fluke on their side. They show that they have the capacity to fill in the boots of the initial Blacklist roster. Some of them now in Expand and some of them now not in this competition. But Mr. D and Cole have something to say about that. And also, welcome back, Danny.
Yeah.
Thank you. My goodness. I thought it was going to be Blacklist. I thought it was Blacklist final circle, honestly.
You're going to be happy with
fire.
this, right?
Yes. I mean, if I was Blacklist, I'd be incredibly happy. They went down with 16 kills? It was a lot of kills. I'm just going to say that. They had lots of kills. I thought they had the momentum going forward. They were being very aggressive, but they just got a little bit too carried away, it seemed. So they don't get the booyah, but I think, again, they're very happy with their performance, their best performance thus far. But if anything, you also need to be very happy for Orange, right? This is a team that has basically been hiding in the woodworks. We haven't really seen much of Orange, maybe a couple of glimmering moments, but not to the degree where they were able to finally get something big. And for them to get a booyah, this is going to be very motivating for the team. But I'm still a little bit worried here for Orange because... Yes, you get the booyah, but it was a very passive game for Orange, right? It was a waiting game. They were being very patient. They were waiting for that opportunity. But if you are going to be relying on placement points and you are not going to compensate this with kill points on top of it, I don't really trust the process in that you're going to get the points to be quite high on that leaderboard.
But if you're Orange Esports, you have to bet on the better chance here, right? And yesterday we did see them try to go in for some strong engagements, and all they did was pay a high price of getting snuffed out super early. Now, one round where they did manage to get into the final circle, on the other hand, they chugged out some good shots, and I feel like they have learned from that experience, and they bring all of that bad decision-making from yesterday into today, and it's a much better decision. Play the game of survival, get into the final circle, then try to get a few kills. It's going to serve you up so much better, because if you look at the performance yesterday, overall 5 matches, they only took away 23 points, and 15 out of the 23 points came from round number 6. So their performance on their very first match of today, I'm loving it already. This is the strategy that Orange Esports needs to stick to.
Yeah, and what is going to happen by the end of the major is that Orange Esports will be at the bottom for a long time, and suddenly it just takes 2 days.
And then they're just going to be like, okay,
yeah, they're just going to qualify, right? Let's stop playing with our toes and play with our fingers, and let's qualify in the top 12. But, on a serious note, this is definitely the best round out of all the rounds that they've played. I think they've gotten more almost, the total points that they've garnered in day one with just this one round. Obviously, I think Blacklist stole the spotlight. They had a very good center point to work with. They were sniping teams left, right, and center. They were catching up teams like Expand. They were being really aggressive in some of these situations and winning out those fights as well. So good on them. And now is whether they can keep that up, because this has given me a bit of vibes from when they were still AKO and Semnai, where they have these prowess, but it never really sticks with them for too long.
Yeah. And can I also make a quick mention here? Hard to Get, I think this was a team that all of us are a little bit worried when we watch Hard to Get. Very inconsistent.
Yes.
It's very hard to be a fan, you have the good days, you have the bad days, but sometimes the bad days are really bad. But to see them being able to finish this high, I'm positive, but I would love to see Hard to Get be able to really kick that consistency in, be able to compete with the big dogs. We know they've been in the scene forever, right? Like Batman and Co, they've been together forever, and sometimes you wonder, what's the progression for this team? Because there are all kinds of situations to be in when you're playing with a squad. You can be with a brand new squad, you don't know everybody, so you don't understand your own team's play style. Then you have these teams that have been together forever, which means you should have a deep understanding of how everybody thinks. But if you're not able to sit towards the top of the bracket, then what's going to be the issue now? It's not a case of team understanding anymore. Is it maybe a tactical issue?
Yes.
Is it maybe a mechanical issue?
No.
Is there maybe some deep-rooted issues with the team that maybe somebody doesn't want to fix? Now, of course, this is all speculation. This is not facts, but Hard to Get needs to fix something because they haven't nailed that consistency.
They haven't nailed the consistency because their players are just not approaching the situation right. But in terms of whether or not they have been focusing on improving that strategy, that's a hell yes from me, because when we saw them play under a different brand, when we saw them play under Divinity, I feel like, that was one of their highest moments. And then they kind of fell off when that meta changed. But when that meta changed and they did start falling off of the leaderboard overall, that's when we saw Batman focus in on some of his gameplays out there. He dropped the sniper, he brought in those assault rifles, he tried to change things up for himself, and the team overall has been working on it. But the problem here is they just haven't found their stride out there on the battlefield. But that was day number one. Their day two performance is so much more better. I mean, we have got the past two matches where they're already at 22 points, and they just needed 11 more to outdo the performance that they brought into day one. And I feel like Hard to Get is on the way there already. They just need to keep their heads down and focus on to getting into that final circle. Easier said than done, but look at Orange Esports, right? Just disengage and get in there safely. And once you're in there safely, have a couple of guys on your side capable of the long-range engagement. A majority of the kills that Orange Esports got in this one was against AV as well as EWG. And all of those shots were long-range engagements. And guess who can provide? It's Batman.
Yeah, it's
Husky, do you want to add anything?
It's kind of a war of attrition at the end of the day. When it comes down to Battle Royale, it's who has the most resources at the end, and who makes the smarter decision, right? When you are pit against each other face to face, it comes down to resources that is available on the map. And I think for Hard to Get, a big part of what is allowing Batman to be a bit more comfortable with adapting to a more hands-on role is the addition of 4-Bits, because 4-Bits is very familiar with that playstyle. So I think that does catapult Hard to Get to a more comfortable spot overall as a team. Albeit they still have a lot to work on. I feel like they are like old technology getting left behind, and they're trying to upgrade that hardware, but they're getting there.
They're getting there. Speaking of getting there, looks like Fies is going to be our nominated MVP for this round. This guy's got 9 kills to his name. We know Blacklist, they were on a killing spree in that round, and Fies being a major asset in that department, also being able to dish out 3,889 damage, almost 4,000 damage.
Yeah,
but I think Blacklist, let's shine the spotlight on Blacklist a little bit, because we haven't really spoken about this team just because we haven't seen much of them.
Correct.
They've been eliminated early yesterday. They haven't really had too many chances to make it into the late game at all. Let's break down this team a little bit. What do we feel are currently Blacklist's issues? Why are they...
This result was 100% Fies, right? Because he was the last guy that clutched out the engagement, I believe, against ORV X-Men. Either that or No Escape Revolt, one of this team. So he was one of the sole reason they stay alive for so long. But one of the main traits, I think, for Blacklist International is just how they aren't really super good at anything, right? They are a very well-balanced team, but when you kind of hyper-focus on Blacklist, let's say Blacklist in close quarter combat, there are a lot of teams that outshine them, and sometimes they are inconsistent as well. So this round is one of those big examples where everything went their favor and they were able to take advantage of it. But what if Blacklist starts playing from behind? That's where we see them struggle a bit.
AJ?
I think once again it's a factor of very, very stiff fingers, right? You gotta believe in your young ones. And if you look at the lineup of Blacklist International, who's the youngest player there? It's gonna be Fires. And it's not just purely about the age, it's how fast your reflexes are on a mobile game when you are a young kid. And Fires is just one of them who can chug out all of the performance for Blacklist International. If you want better performance, you gotta make sure that your group is kind of young at the end of the day. I mean, no offense to the older players, but the Blacklist International squad actually has got the highest average age as compared to any of the other teams out there. So if they want to have a good winning run here, they better keep Fires on that main lineup and support him no matter what. As long as they can keep that being done, they are going to rise up to the top. I think their performance out of all the 5 matches that they took yesterday has been outshined by just this one round.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look at the overall standings. We just saw the points just now. It was very top heavy in that previous round. We're not really going to be seeing too many changes. It's just one game. We still have one more to go before we see any substantial changes for the teams that were in Group C. Group B are just hopefully pushing themselves a little bit further on. Although in that previous round, not so much for everybody, right? We had, I think, let's face it, a terrible round for Expand. They bombed out pretty early, unfortunately, and they only had 1 kill under their belt. So this team is not going to be moving, which means that this is going to give the other competitors an opportunity to move ahead of Expand. So, gentlemen, just looking at the game that we've seen, it's only game 1. We're going to jump into Alpine in just a second here. Is this just a case of Expand being in the wrong place on the wrong time in that last round?
No, ma'am. It's just other teams waking up on day number 2. Expand had a good run yesterday. It was a great debut for the brand. But on day 2, as you have seen, Farang's waking up, Blacklist is waking up. You know, even teams like ORV, who struggled yesterday, are slowly starting to climb that ladder up just a little bit by little bit. So if you're Expand, you better enjoy what you got yesterday. But, you know, as the days progress within the league in itself, things are going to get harder. So you have to devise a better plan on how you're going to get into the circle. If anything, I feel like they were so much safer yesterday. They doubted some of their capability in terms of engagement, and that's not a minus. That's a huge plus. Get into that final circle. Play what Orange Esports is playing. Do what you did yesterday if you want to stand a chance. But don't be Axis Esports, getting there and then not taking the initiative of finding the right spot in that final circle.
I think Expand definitely was trying to make the effort like they did yesterday, but in that case, it was very unlucky, right? I think they were out in the open. There was like Blacklist, there was like Farang, they were getting shot at by 10 different people. So it was a bit unlucky for them, but you know, you take...
Don't kick the hornet's nest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm taking away from this.
Kind of, right? Because I think it's not like Expand made a terrible decision. It's more like they followed kind of the blueprint, and in that round itself, it put them in a very unfortunate spot where a lot of other teams had the same idea. So
maybe overconfidence as well. They thought they did amazing yesterday and they can get away.
Correct.
With how they played yesterday. All right, so let's jump into Alpine. This is going to be game 4 of the day. It's B versus C. Gentlemen, share your predictions before I go.
I'm going to let AJ take this because he would say I steal his predictions every time.
Fair enough. I'm definitely gonna throw Expand out there on the list yet again, but I feel like it is gonna go to Sem9. I think they've been punished enough, and it is time for them to rise up to the top. This might just be that round.
Sem9 is not even in this match, AJ.
My apologies, brother. My apologies. Goodbye, Danny. We'll continue predicting as you head out.
I'll keep that in mind, though. So the next Alpine
let me maybe take your team away, man. I'll take Farang. It's not Alpine as we head into one of the supposedly coldest maps just because we have snowfall in here.
I was actually thinking of Farang, so okay, I'll take Expand because I thought you wanted Expand. But we'll keep your predictions of Sem9 for the next Alpine round, right? When we come back from the next break, Sem9 is going to play again. We'll take Sem9 for I believe match number 6. I honestly feel like I can agree with Farang. I think they have a good chance as well. Another hard drop happening this time. It's going to be Freedom Cheese and, EWG. And Freedom Cheese are all to a fantastic start.
Oh, wow. No Escape Revolt in here with a hot drop as well. I'm not so sure exactly who's in the same compound, but Freedom Cheese off to an amazing start. And Eastern Wolves gang, all they can do is just run away because Manchai is just caught in a tight little corner. Jay-Z's the one who's furthest away from all of these engagements and nobody has eyes on him. So hopefully Jay-Z doesn't make the terrible decision of coming back in to try to save some of his team members. If that happens, it's going to be a GG. EWG is going to get taken out super prematurely, but Fire's right back. Nafis finds the third guy out there on the side of EWG, and Jay-Z's very safely out of the compound thanks to the zip line.
Nothing much that he can do. EWG in the previous round, they had a good run, but it had quickly got turned on its head. This is a 180 shift from match number 3. No Escape Revolt though. Really trying to kind of stir Bloody Head's nest a bit. They've already lost one member. Not really sure if Slurpee wants to be here. Maybe he realizes that he can't really escape, so Bloody Head just slowly toying with their food.
The number of Mag 7s available out there on the battlefield, just something that puts a big smile on these players' faces, especially for those CQCs. Voidface has one as well. Jumps on outside alongside his brother. Slurpee gets taken down prematurely. Slumber has an opportunity to shut down one player and then get the heck out of there, but Morgana keeping him inside of this compound whilst the rest of his team members circle around. Karloy gets the hit on him. One final player left here for the players of No Escape Revolt, and Bloody Head, they've done phenomenal against them so far, but Phrase just a little bit too far away to get caught out here unless Bloody Head smartens up and go out for the chase towards that bridge. Doesn't seem to be the case. I feel like Phrase is going to be able to survive this and bring his team members right back. Jembal, on the other hand, high ground advantage, stalking the players of Blacklist International whilst the rest of Farang circle around from that left-hand side for that flank.
So much information being relayed to the rest of Farang. And Jembal being on this roof alone is giving Farang an advantage. On top of that, they have the numbers as well. Well, initially they do. Ashura just gets brought back. Miro actually gets backstab. Fire is also putting in the work. This guy's still not stopping. The big savior of Blacklist International in match number 3 continues to deliver on the side of Blacklist International. And Farang might have just bitten off more than they could chew, and all of them fall in the hands of Fires. Only one left. That's Spade, and he's out.
You gotta love the young gun. And as long as he is there on the side of Blacklist International, that team will continue to soar up in the air. Spade, on the other hand, smart plays to get out of there as quickly as possible. But he was brought back in. See if he can circle around. H2G, on the other hand, Batman just a little bit too far away. AV Radicals, they flank from that right-hand side. As Wine distracts Forbids as well as Ares, the rest of the players should be able to catch them out in the open. This is one of the most perfect backstabs that we are going to be able to witness. Axis Esports, on the other hand, just trying to hold on to that revival platform to see if they can catch anybody off guard. Ritu's taken down. Good response by the players of HTG.
AV Radicals able to bring Ritus back up just in time to continue to put pressure onto Hard to Get. War kind of caught outside the building, and Forbase just got rushed by Wine. Easy 1-2 tap. Wine getting the 3rd point for AV Radicals, sending Jay-Z packing. I think 4 teams have been brought down to just one member in the first 5 minutes of the round. It's actually pretty volatile start for match number 4.
That's what happens when you drop them into Alpine. Not a lot of these teams have found their perfect home just yet. Still day number 1. Production's absolutely in love with Saitama's head here. But this time around, nobody has been turned into an egg just yet. All 12 of the squad still out there and kicking. No escape revolt brings their team members back one after the other. ORV, the team that we expect to continue climbing up the leaderboard today here, Husky. Yesterday was a slow day. Game number 1 was terribly slow, but Alpine was where they picked up a massive 18 points. And as I say that, EWG trying to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Orange Esports also kind of delivering a bit. In fact, they ended up losing power in the flank. AV Radicals, though, have something to say about this. Last round, it was Orange Esports that kind of put AV Radicals to bed very early. So AV Radicals are not happy about the development. And in fact, they do have control of that perimeter of the circle, so they get to gatekeep Orange Esports and ORV if they wish. But AV Radicals, they want a bit more. Where Ritus and YR, they are pushing out of the circle to try and intercept any rotation. And this could backfire if it doesn't work out, because Ray Meow, he is away from the rest of his team. Same as Tanamo as well.
Yeah.
This is a very risky move, but it can pay off.
And everybody's just scrambled all over the place, and Orange Esports has got one player up here on that second floor. Torb has a shotgun in hand, and we can see the one and only Wine approaching him at the top. And backstab, Wine misses him! Shotgun, time turner pulled up. Wine, smart moves, has the M1887 to work around with, turns the circle and shuts down Tom. Ritus for the backup, and Wine got super lucky there. But at the very same time, Orange Esports, what in the world are you doing?
I can 100% bet they did not expect anyone to push out of the circle, because it really feels like there's no purpose, right? Just wait for people to come to you. But no, AV Radicals, they went out to search for those kills. And again, it pays off, and it pays off big time. AV Radicals confirming 8 points so far, and they're still gunning for more.
Let's see what they can pull off here as AV Radicals now run straight towards the players of ORV. Jasly, that 1 kill point for them to secure. Ritus gets the job done. Flank trying to respawn outside of the circle. AC-80, great gun to have, but a battle outside of the circle, not the best of ideas, especially when you're down in numbers. But Flank has no option whatsoever. He is the sacrificial lamb to distract the players of AV Radicals when they send out the final survivor in the name of shots to bring the rest of the team members back. And he's trying to waste all of his resources away just to play the game of time, and he does that fantastically. His team member has managed to get away. Shots with a P90 was the one who, stood the better chance in terms of that sort of an engagement, but the game of survival is what ORV wants to take advantage of this time around. Let's see if they can make it right back through in the next circle.
Couple of crippled teams on the map. EWG is hard to get. ORV as well. But for the rest, they are very much comfortable where they are. Blacklist International did wipe out Expand in match number 3 in a very convincing manner, thanks to the location that they held at that point of time. But this is what I'm expecting to happen, right? In an even fight, how does Blacklist stand up to their adversaries? And if Blacklist is put on the back foot, can they recover? They did show it early on against Farang, but now the next test, it will be against Expand.
16 kills Blacklist picked up in the previous round. Faiz was your MVP. Let's see if he can step up for the team yet again as he takes that high ground. AWM in hand, too fast. Might make a mistake here if he tries to circle on around to catch up with the rest of the team members. And he does. And at that very moment, Faiz looks away. Lucky for the players of Expand. Now they're all together. Faiz still trying to spot one out. Roy makes that very careless hop across. Has got a lot of pressure to play with. But with that VSS, you won't be able to do much against the AWM. One shot is all it takes to knock you down. And Roy will potentially bleed out. This is all alone in that compound. This is a risky situation for the players of Expand to deal with. And Axis Esports, they are the saviors of Expand. They go in to engage with Blacklist instead.
Yeah, a lot of teams want Blacklist head just because of what they did in match number 3. They wiped up Axis as well. Everyone wants a piece of Blacklist International, and everyone has a personal vendetta with the squad. Blacklist International, can they hold on against the onslaught of Axis? Neptune tagging Newbie with that grenade. And you can Expand. They're slowly coming in, and Miro gets caught out too fast, steals the kill away from Axis. And Shahid, he has no idea what has just hit them. They've not only alerted Blacklist, they've definitely drawn and expand. And Blacklist International, they're hightailing out of there. Ashura and Fires, they're taking the car, they're getting out of this. They're letting Axis and Expand duke it out. But Expand, they are here to not only pick up Blacklist, they are here to take anyone who wants to take Blacklist with them. 3 kills so far. Too fast with a nade. The rebound a bit off the mark. That Axis Esports has a bit of room to work with, but an ice grenade is whittling them down. Glue wall goes down. EXO rushes in with the CQC, and Axis Esports all fall.
Axis down. Blacklist nowhere to be seen. One more player. He hops on in as he is brought right back. Good engagement and then a quick disengagement from the team of Blacklist. Axis, on the other hand, not as lucky as Expand. Just expanded their full ferocity on them after bagging almost nothing from that previous round. It's the 4 placement points and a single slay. Expand once more this time round, and they get exactly that. 6 kills in. They're looking for that final circle. Oh, beautiful shot by Jazly, tagging up Newbie, but no death just yet. Jazly knows exactly what he wants to attack, and the rest of the team on the side of ORV, flank, potentially making a huge mistake here, but he doesn't stop. He doesn't wait to see exactly who's going to shoot at him. It's just on a recon mission. Miro gets caught out. Jazly sprays him down. Blacklist in trouble once again.
And unlike round 3, Blacklist will not make it too far. In flank, probably would find the last member of Blacklist at this point. Oh, he's just around the corner, newbies. You really think you can hide? It's a good attempt though, A for effort. But it was not enough. ORV picking up a free one, and Fires, the hero in last round, now kept alive. AV Radicals though, up against Expand. Lost Hanamo, 11 kills so far for this team, but it seems like it might come to an end. Cobra losing to Wine. A good blue wall, giving Wine some space to go for the revive. And Expand now, they need to keep themselves in the game. Exile was picked back up, but it's him and Roy to keep the hopes of Expand in this game. The biggest contender, AV Radicals, is going to show up huge. Exile going down, and it's all down to X-Roy. One of the most stable pillars of the team is now having to face off against 3 juggernauts of AV Radicals, and it is just not meant to be.
Wine is just too good, and the guy wants his #1 spot back as the most lethal player out there on the battlefield. And you just saw those fantastic plays. Nobody can hide away from him, even if you've got a great wall in front of you. Wine finds a way around. Wine finds a way on top, but now he runs in straight to the compound of the players of Bloody Head, and he gets the first shot, only to be punished by Mark. But Mark gets traded out by Retus. AV Radicals still have a great shot in here to get picked right back up. Tanomo will be bought back. Wine gets picked up off of the ground. 16 kills in, and this is what we're talking about. AV Radicals don't need the game of consistency. They just need breakout rounds like this.
And Farang, can they overcome ORV? You know, this is going to be a huge moment if ORV pulls this off. Bias, oh, he's sneaking in, trying to disguise himself as some vegetation, and it is working out so far. Bias putting out the blue wall to get his buddy back up. Too bad on his feet, and ORV not able to kind of hold off this onslaught of Farang. Because they get punished with death. Farang gets 8 points.
ORV's gonna be crying, man. Alpine's the one spot where they were able to pick up a massive number of points, but just no consistency from the team. And AV, once again, with the run. Wine this time premature as he takes that first fight. Fires drops him, but Wine manages to trade out Newbie before getting taken down, and Thanamo puts that final bullet into Fires' chest, taking him out of the equation, and AV Radical still gonna make it to that next circle. Farang this time, catching the players of Bloody Heads on that rotation. Whiteface has the Groza, but no match against Spade and his AC-80. Kaloy, the final survivor, though, outside of the circle. Spade tags him up, and the blue wall to be taken down. The circle doing damage as well. Bloody Heads don't really look like they've got much of an opportunity in here. Kaloy recovers, and he has got a grenade launcher in hand, but nobody to pop at a distance like this.
And Farang continuing this incredible run, and with Expand out of the picture, Farang will feel really good about the situation. And maybe your prediction is going to come true. Kaloy actually expires in the blue zone, so Farang didn't get the kill. But it seems like we have another problem on our hands. It's AV Radicals. 22 kills so far, and yesterday they were the one who set the record for most kills in a single round and most points in a single match. And they are here to break it again. And I believe Danny asked the question, right? How high can we go? How tall is the limit? AV Radicals say the limit is what we set it.
Absolutely. Yesterday, they ended the round with 21 kills, and now with 22 already in their hands, can they also secure the Booyah? That's the only decider on whether or not they will be able to beat that record of the past. But Farang with 10 kills in hand so far. These players have gone through a lot at Alpine, constantly reviving, but now no escape revolt. This is that backstab, but Ritus quickly takes care of him. AV Radicals radically playing this matchup. Too bad down on the ground. Ritus with an AC-80 hit puts that player out of the equation very quickly. Farang, all their players on the ground, and AV Radicals on the edge. Quickly securing the Booyah with 27 kills.
The limit is only as high as you make it to be, and AV Radicals hitting I don't know, an astounding 39 points by the end of this round. Give them one more and it's going to be a 40. In the history of competitive Free Fire, no team has hit 40 points. I will round it off. AV Radicals hitting another high, not just domestically, and I think internationally no teams has done this before. So I'm speechless, but AV Radicals deserve every single win that they get from this point on. And also, Danny, I mean, I don't know what to make of this.
Guys, I wanted to say at the beginning when we did predictions, I was like, is anyone going to remember AV Radicals? I mean, like, they're still...
You can't come after the match and say that.
Look, okay, here's the thing. When the game started, I didn't get to say anything. So, it's fine. But 27 kills. That is over half the lobby. So, phenomenal start here. They just... AV Radicals. These guys are rad.
We established them as a kill-heavy team, and
clearly
they are.
They exceed in kills. But I think this is probably the biggest thing for AV Radicals, right? So it's a very kill-heavy team. We're likely to not really see them play very passive because it's just not in their blood. They're very bloodthirsty, but very momentum-heavy. They get the kills, they get that blood, they feel more confident going into those fights. And here's the thing. It seems pretty reckless to play like AV Radicals, but this is probably one of the best ways to build up your economy going into the late game, right? Because you're taking everyone else's loot, so you're taking everyone else's health kits, you're taking their walls, their grenades. You can maybe run around, try and grab that loot yourself, but to be able to slay 27 people, I mean, you'd probably be able to stock up enough resources for like, what, another 3 MCPSs?
They have enough glue walls to play FFWS at this point, right? We're ready for we're ready for the next World Series.
They won't even need a flight ticket. They could just use all the glue walls and just build a bridge.
Get those glasses checked. I feel like the glasses is helping them. But jokes aside, this is giving me very fond memories of PXG Radicals because. Back in when they debuted on that for the very one season, they were such a kill-heavy team that they broke like what 500 points, I believe, at one point during the group stage. They didn't.
It was during the second half, right?
Right.
Second half of the tournament. I think at the beginning they were a little bit. They were still very fresh, so I think they were still trying to figure out how to stand on their own 2 feet. But then after they did the group shuffle, I believe that was when the team just exploded. So I'm really happy to see that, elements of PXG Radicals, I mean, it's even in the name as well. So we've got some representation of this team. And I just love it. I love teams that play like this. Not only is it exciting and fun to watch, but it also changes how the game is going to be played for the other teams. Like, just being aware that there's a team out there that's going to play like AV Radicals, like, clearly you're going to have to approach the game differently. You can't just simply run around and think you're going to be safe.
Yeah, but you never know exactly where is AV Radicals going to pop out from, and you never know exactly when is Wine going to strike, right? This guy was insane.
That surprise factor is really what's going to make everyone have to think twice when they're playing in these games, right? So seeing AV Radicals in your lobby, like, what do you do to prepare for this?
You wouldn't even know it's them until you see the Booyah screen. I think that's the craziest part, right? The screen pops.
No. I think if you end up in a gunfight with them, I think after a while you will feel it. you would just be like, oh no, this is PXG Radicals. Like this is them. They're non-stop. They're relentless. They aim 10 times better than us. Like, wow. I mean,
but here's the thing, it's not every single game that you see AV Radicals hitting it this high, right? But, only when it is needed.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, final game of the day, they were popping off and then they just died in the middle of the pack because they got a little bit too excited, right? So that's like the disadvantage of their playstyle.
I'm just trying to process.
I stole the words from AJ's mouth.
You
did. Oh, ma'am, you interrupted me and that's why I kept quiet. So.
You want to continue?
No, you go ahead.
Go on. Oh, me? Oh, I thought Danny had more to say. But yeah, I think for AV Radicals, they do sometimes overheat, right? We have seen that just a bit of it yesterday. But overall, they are a very comfortable team to kind of ride off a momentum, right? I feel like the second closest team to them is probably Sem9, or when they were with Geek Fam, that's what they love to do as well, right? Suddenly they feel like they want to go aggressive and they just kind of mow through the whole lobby, but never to this extent. I feel like even for Sem9, you can stop them, but for AV Radicals, it's a bit harder to stop. We saw what they did in the middle of the game, where instead of just waiting for teams to run into them, namely Orange Esports and I believe ORV X-Men, they went, No Escape Revolt in fact, they went out hunting for these guys outside of the circle and were able to pick up every single one of them.
All right, so here's our overall stats for the match that we've just concluded. We had a lot of revives. That's 20
with 66 kills, and they had, 27 of them.
Oh my goodness, 27. I don't think that is there any way we can go over 27? I think it's almost impossible now for anyone to break this record.
I mean, you leave it to AV Ligers, right? It's AV Radicals, right? Yesterday, we thought that, 21 was massive, but they have just upped their own standard with 27 now for themselves. But the biggest weakness here of this squad is we've seen this in competitions of the past, perhaps not under the exact same name or the exact same roster, but performing well at the group stage versus what they can do at the grand finals is, worlds apart. And the biggest impact that, their play style is going to bring is they've got some breakout rounds yesterday at Bermuda where they picked up their 21 kills, and now at Alpine where they've picked up a massive 27, but no consistency at all in the other matches. So overall, that's going to hurt them at the end of the day. And if you don't bring in that consistency, you know what it is, Danny. They're not going to be able to cross that final line when it truly matters during the grand finals.
Yep. Well, MVP is going to go here to Retooths with 10 kills to his name. I'm presuming he's the one that was able to snag up most of the kills for the team. So 31,000 damage, which, gentlemen, do you think this is quite low for 10 kills?
Yes.
Yeah, it does, right?
Pretty low. But it's all right because he is just a very efficient player, be it whether he's stealing kills away or be it whether or not he's just getting that one-shot damage and he downs that player and he allows the rest of his team members to kind of work that meat in first before eliminating them. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, if you're picking up the kill points for your team, everybody's going to be smiling year to year, not really questioning exactly how much of damage you outputted in that match throughout. But not just him. I feel like Wine was just right behind him with the 9 slays.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Wine did a lot of the heavy lifting for the team, right? He was the one that really went in there and rushed in for the team. I mean, overall, he got 11,000 damage. So I think across the board, maybe we can also presume it's pretty even, right? The entire team got involved. It wasn't just Wine. It wasn't just Retooth. Like, it was a whole team effort to play the way that they did. But as you can see, 27 kills. We might see a new record. It's a big ask, but it is possible. 15 assists. Guys, look at this ACS. 5,000 damage. Oh.
That is an incredible ACS, off of one round. I know, not off of all the games that they played.
All the games played.
Yeah,
so far.
I mean, that's how you know that these guys are just ruthless in terms of their aggression, right? They are constantly putting out damage, whether it's confirming kills, whether it's, getting knockdowns. They're always doing something that puts them in an advantageous spot.
I think we may have a new leaderboard leader, folks. We're just looking at the current standings here, but 39 points. It's a lot. but
39 points is a lot. Not enough to outdo Farang, though, who managed to chug out 19 of their own. So they were holding on to the number one spot earlier on. If at all, AB Radicals had done this and Farang had bombed out literally without picking up a single point, maybe. But with the 19 points, Farang have managed to grab a little bit of a lifeline here for themselves.
Yeah, I'll give you some good news, Danny. Farang is not going to be playing for the last 3 matches that AB Radicals are involved in.
Yes, you are correct, actually.
Huge chance for AB Radical to... They don't even need to do much, right? They don't need to drop another 39 points. Just standard gameplay, go for the golden ratio, and they will finish first by the end of the day.
Right, and I think this is also going to be a scary moment for Farang as well, right? Because now they're going to be in passenger seat, right? Watching everyone else doing the racing. And here's the overall standings for now: 132 points for Farang, but they are done for today. They've got 3 more games to go, and A and C teams have 3 games to catch up to Farang, and this is absolutely reachable for AB Radicals, Axis Esports, and Expect. I believe Axis is done for today as well, right? Axis was Group B.
Yes,
Axis,
correct. That is correct.
I'm looking at AB Radicals' placement points alone. They are the lowest, from the third lowest from the bottom on the first page. The only teams lower than them are Icon and Blacks International. But even overall, their placement point is abysmally less. But they make up for it with kill points. Most kills in the entire leaderboard.
I mean, looking at the score for AB Radicals, you can see that there's a lot of inconsistency with this team, right? Like, you've got 2 booyards, but only 39 placement points. That's a cause of concern if you think about it. So, but here's the thing: if AB Radicals can fix this consistency issue, I think they're going to be a monster of a team to go up against. And I mean, Expand is not out of the competition, but so far, a pretty disappointing performance.
Definitely a slow start. I want to give credit to Farang, though.
Slow start,
I want to give credit to Farang as we send them off. Today's performance for Farang is very impressive, right? They might not remain in the first place after the day, thanks to AB Radicals, but I think they have done more than enough. This was a Farang that we saw in the towards the grand finals of the Challenger series, right? A Farang that really came online, and we're seeing it very early on.
Absolutely. And of course, seeing on the screen, if you haven't noticed by now, we do have our giveaway code for today. If you haven't already, please redeem our giveaway code now. If you do claim it, you can get 2 Death's Eye weapon loot crates. These are absolutely free, courtesy of Garena. And this is a time-limited code. If you don't claim it soon or now, unfortunately, the code is going to expire and you will not be able to claim this or basically anything. So grab it now, share it with your friends as well. Anyone can claim the code. The only thing stopping you from claiming it is your fingers. If you're not going to press the claim button, sorry guys, I don't know what we can do for you. So grab the free stuff. And of course, we are going to have more free giveaways later on in the show. Not today, but next week we are going to have some more extra goodies if you have already claimed today's reward. Thank you to everyone that's watching the broadcast. We do appreciate all of our wonderful survivors tuning into the show. Just a quick recap for what we have seen on the show so far. For our first 2 games on A versus B, Todak managed to get the first booyah on Purgatory, and then Farang was able to get their booyah on Alpine. For B and C, it was Orange Esports to claim the booyah on Purgatory, and AB Radicals to crush their game on Alpine for B versus C. All the teams in B are done for this week. You will not see them again until next week. And that means the last 3 games, it's going to be A versus C. These 2 groups, they do need to have the spotlight because that's their turn to catch up to Group B. These are some pretty important matches as well because from what we know from yesterday, Group C is technically at a 1-game deficit compared to Group B. So this is their turn to catch up, and I mean, we've seen Group C play. This is, I think, a surprise group, we said from yesterday, right? We had a lot of eyes on Group B, Group A, but then when it came to Group C, we sort of, we were just watching, staring, wondering why we didn't respect this group more before coming into the show.
It's a surprise group because you have teams like Expand, right? This superstar roster put together for this major. You have Blacklist International, directly invited team. but they had a roster overhaul before the major. They didn't even got involved in the Challenger Series. AB Radicals, for sure, the combination between AB Ligers and PSG Radicals, and they have certainly showed up. Orange Esports, a miracle team that qualified for the grand finals of the Challenger Series. There's so many personalities in Group C, and this melting pot is perfect to shake up the competition.
Yeah, we are going to go for a quick break in just a second, but AJ, any final words before we go for our break?
Yes, ma'am. I cannot believe that the players of Farang have managed to outdo their own performance yesterday, where they had one extra match, right? 72 points today versus the 60 picked up yesterday. But unfortunately for them, all of that effort is going to be replaced by what the other teams bring on. We'll catch you guys after a quick short break.
Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the boy once again.
MCPS.
Power in
Numbers.
and as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the boy once again.
MCPS.
power in
Numbers.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire. Congratulations.
Happy birthday, Free Fire!
May wish you a very very happy birthday Free Fire.
Hello, selamat menyambut hari jadi Free Fire yang ke-5. So wish you very happy anniversary Free Fire.
Happy birthday Free Fire yang ke-5.
Happy birthday Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Selamat hari jadi Free Fire.
Happy birthday Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi Garena Free Fire, Pepe here. I just want to greet you happy 5th anniversary.
Yo, it's me, Pedro Carias, and I would love to greet Garena Free Fire a happy 5th anniversary.
Hi, I'm Makisik X Gaming. Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi, I'm VH Mark. I just want to say that happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi guys, this is Pajak. Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi everyone, I am Vinoy and I would just like to give Garena Free Fire a happy 5th birthday.
Hi, I'm Twinkle Gaming from Philippines. I would like to greet happy 5th anniversary Garena Free Fire.
Hi, Garena Free Fire. This is Faith and I just want to greet you a happy 5th anniversary.
Happy 5th birthday, Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary, Garena Free Fire. More buyat to come.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series content.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players.
and as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS.
power in
Numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just finished up our first 2 rounds of the day, which means we are now down to our final one. It's teams A and C, or at least groups A and C. And this is going to be probably the most exciting one because we've already seen Group B play. We know how those guys like to go, but I think out of all the groups, disagree or agree, I'd like to hear your thoughts after this. A and C probably go the hardest.
Do they go the hard?
I guess you could say that. I guess you could say that. You've got some supreme teams in Group A. You're looking at Geek Fam slowly making their way up. 7-9 struggling a little bit, but you've got Supreme Assault Forces who sometimes hit their high notes. But the best ones to look out for is Icon, right? On the day number 2, they've slowly started waking up. I see them stepping things up. But for me, personal favorites in Group C.
I don't think they hit the hardest, but I think that there are some teams that can hit hard. I would still go for Group B and C as the most competitive, as the more competitive one, simply because we have Axis and Farang in Group B. But for Group A,
Farang, I bet.
that's one of the reasons. But also just based off of the performance, right? When we looked at the leaderboard by the end of day 1, it was very clear that Group A are fighting amongst themselves more than anything. So if they want to break away from the pack, I think Geek Fam and Anxiety would be the first 2 teams to do so.
Right, so we're going to be jumping into Purgatory in just a second. I do believe the players are in the lobby and we are just about ready to go, or at least it looks like we're going to be jumping into it in just a second. From what we saw yesterday, it was quite difficult to make the predictions outside of maybe Expand, right? Like Expand, we know this is going to be an insane team, but are we going to see the exact same Expand now?
Well, hopefully, because today it's 2 different maps altogether, and Expand hasn't really shown up all that too flashily, because when we saw them drop into Purgatory earlier on, a total of 5 points. And if you compare that to the performance of Expand yesterday, Husky, it's not too flashy at all.
Yeah, definitely not. I think that, going into this, I just want to see how, I want to turn my attention away from Expand a bit, and I want to look at 7-9 Geek Fam, especially 7-9, because it is starting to worry me a bit because they have not showed up at all today. And it's not the Challenger Series where they can not show up and it will still be fine. This one is, they are not showing up big time.
But let's see if or not they will be able to step it up here, because I do agree with you. First and second match, 7-9 has hit like a very soft, dry towel. Hopefully they hit like a wet towel this time around and give the other players a reason to scream a little bit. Ski Lodge as usual, the players of Bloody Heads, they take over, but I believe a hot drop on the way for Icon and Anxiety as they look to take over Forge.
It is happening. Toby, what do you have? He actually, I thought he got a gun first. Apparently not, it was Cap who got it. And Anxiety are already off to a good start. Kanoho, time turner to protect himself for a bit, but unfortunately just did not have sufficient firepower to get rid of Eddie. And Kanoho now getting challenged with that one. Actually putting his weight a bit. Chessman also chipping in. Icon getting forced away from this territory.
Initially, I thought Icon was the one who had the advantage here, but I'm not so sure exactly why Cap kind of rotated around a little too fast, avoiding the engagement. Forcing the time turner was a good play, but he had a medkit to work around with. But instead of going back in there for the engagement after healing up, he wanted to run away from that play. Worst decision ever because it's just open grounds and your opponents have guns. So Icon a little sloppy, but they get into Ski Lodge, the house of Bloody Head, and shut one down. Kaloy, AC-80. But man's not going to be too silly about this. He wants to re-engage. Doesn't know exactly what Kaloy has on his end, but I don't think he has that information as to Kaloy's position. So good trigger discipline by Kaloy to not give that information away.
Yeah, I'm just mesmerized by this cosmetic, honestly. Like, the longer he stays alive, the better it is for my eyes. I think it's very adorable. All things considered, you go to Ski Lodge, that's where you are going to run into Bloody Head. It's one of their favorite spots in Purgatory. And Icon, man, making the smart choice of finding another spot to settle down, which is not going to be easy, right? Yeah, we are using up a lot of time to just find a place to be safe. Orange Esports, on the other hand, are getting pressured a lot by Blacklist International, but Ashura doesn't have health to work with.
Oh, smart Ashura.
All Rosso needs to do is just sneeze on Ashura and he's going to get knocked down. Just a bit of it, just one tag. Come on.
Needed Rosso X and then backup by Tom just for the distraction to take Ashura down. I like the initial move by Ashura hopping on into the house just to confuse Tom just a little bit, but he unfortunately hops on right back out of the window and exposes himself. Fires. The players were lucky that he wasn't the one in front of them because we're pretty sure he would have been able to get a couple of knocks for himself. But Blacklist International, all they can do is work their way out of Marble Works and focus on buying their team members right back into this matchup. And Faiz will try to do exactly that once he upgrades his armor just a little bit.
Yeah. Very, very quiet start. A very unfortunate one, at least for Icon. So spread out. I assume they would go for, the typical let's spread out and, make sure that we have a buy point or a revival point. We go for the instant revive as soon as possible. Thankfully, one will be able to do that. He just found a buy point. Anxiety, on the other hand, might just make contact with Man. Kanoho, I think he caught a glimpse of him going out the building. Yeah, he certainly did. Should be Man's undoing. Anxiety bringing in the numbers.
Kanoho, long range, AWM, perfect, man. It doesn't aim for the head, but manages to connect 2 shots. Time turner pulled out by Man, just for that survival. Instincts kicking in, Chessman from the back, and it looks like this finisher. Man, this is fire, my lord! Chessman, what are you doing? Perfect opportunity, and he chooses to troll Man instead. Fura with the vehicle, doesn't need to do much. Toby gets the knock. Chessman, way too cheeky and got punished for it.
Thank goodness for Toby. And it was a super impressive shot. That was incredibly far. Toby still able to pull it off. But yeah, I mean, Anxiety, got to lay off the fun a bit. Just a tad bit,
No, right? And of all people, Chessman to make that mistake, that's a little surprising because you would have expected him to just immediately take that shot, get the kills, run away because they were at the very edge of the circle, albeit it doesn't really hurt all that too much. But the last thing that you want is for that circle to dictate your pacing as you get away. Fire is trying to get away from Dynamo. This is a good one as he's got quite a bit of this compound to work with, Yaski.
Yeah, AV Radicals, let's see if they will continue that slaughterfest, I think 27 kills in one round is more than what most teams would get in 2 or 3 rounds in total. If that is international, already suffering that early loss, will want to have nothing to do with AV Radicals. Miro just respawning, but he might have been spotted by Decos. He definitely has been dropping down from afar, and Fire is also making his presence known. Blacklist International just completely scattered throughout the map.
Oh.
And it feels like we are reverting to the Blacklist that we are familiar with. Just a Blacklist that is kind of clueless and couldn't really hold off, fend for themselves at least in these situations.
A big weakness here is splitting up, but it's all caused by that initial engagement that they took. Very soft. But yes, we did see them back away, not get too excited to pick up some extra kill points for themselves. But splitting up, just clearly not the greatest of ideas. Decos, shots onto Miro, and now Decos out in the open as Miro finds a good defensive ground for himself. Grenade can be cooked up, but the rest of Orange Esports sweeping on in. Sem9 beyond the horizon as well, crossing that bridge. High ground advantage to Fire at Orange Esports. Once Orange is done making good work of the player of Blacklist International. Now Sem9 engages with Orange Esports. High ground advantage all for Sem9 for this win. Let's see how Orange responds.
And Sem9, they do have a very good place to play with, especially Orange now getting just a bird's eye view of anyone who wants to come towards them. In this case, it will be Orange Esports. They also have Fikri playing under the bridge, covering all of those key points. It seems like they're adamant on holding on. On the other hand, Bloody Hit finds themselves facing off against SAF. Morgana finding cover behind the debris of the truck, and actually they're returning fire in a pretty efficient manner. Morgana was able to kind of cover the ground on the other side as well. SAF, let's go, going in for the push, but it's going to be a 1 against 2, and he finds himself retreating. McGrory getting a drop onto Morgana, but Mark traced back onto Let's Go in the building. SAF, let's see if they continue to kind of go for this push. It seems like Hawkeye says yes, and just get blasted point blank by Mark. And SAF had probably made the fatal mistake of challenging Bloody Hit in that fashion. Kicks out the first team to get knocked out. And it seems like SAF might be second. McGrory goes down.
We were keeping an eye on Sem9. Nobody was keeping an eye on GeekFam, and they got eliminated way too quickly. And SAF just super unlucky as they try to rush into the players of Bloody Heads. They stack their numbers against them. Totally unplanned by SAF, and they get punished. McDo doesn't have much of a cover here except from Mother Nature. 1-3, but a good flank on the left-hand side can make quick work of him, and that's exactly what Mark focuses on. Poor guy gets snuffed out way too early. Anxiety kill leaders of this lobby, but things are to change now as Expand attacks from that left-hand side. The players of Toda can rest easy as Anxiety focuses on them instead. Pedro cannot get picked up here. Cobra from that right-hand flank making great work, but Roy is expanded.
Yeah, Toby doing a fantastic job of keeping Expand pinned down. Expand did knock down Furo though, and look at Chessman. He is so far front. Oh, what a nade from Konoho. Too fast getting knocked down. And this glue wall is gonna guarantee Furo gets picked back up, and they get an easy kill onto Too Fast as well. Anxiety doing just an incredible work onto Expand, who tried to be the aggressor but ended up getting shut down by Anxiety. And honestly, this fight done and dusted. Anxiety can do whatever they want, and Expand finds themselves trapped out in the open.
Expand, not their fault because there's no kill feed here, so they don't know who they're fighting. They don't know who they're shooting. They thought that they were attacking Anxiety with a good flank by Roy, but all they were doing is just splitting up their forces, attacking the players of Toda, leaving Anxiety with the opportunity to take those chip shots against them from that high ground. Axel now is hiding behind all of the foliage that this tree provides, pulling out a glue wall as well. But how long can he survive? Not for long, as all three players from the side of Anxiety focuses their firepower on shutting him down. But glue wall after glue wall, Axel's actually making it up on that hill. If he manages to get up to the very top, he can hop on over to the other side. And Cobra brings in the rest of the players of Expand into this matchup. Great plays by Expand. Game of survival played perfectly, avoiding the deadly eyes of Anxiety.
Cobra breathing life back into Expand once more. They've already gotten off to a slow day, They're not ready to let this match become the third round of that slow day. 7-9 on the other hand are pinned down by Icon, and this is going to be challenging though. Only one team can make it onto dry land on the other side of the island, and 7-9 they are at a disadvantage simply because they have Icon gatekeeping them.
Icon, manages to get the first knock onto Man 04, taken out. Orin and Victory have a small little boulder to work around with, but 7-9, Eastern Wolfsgang right behind them, and Eastern Wolfsgang doesn't have much to do. Thua brings JC right back, and I believe Manchai can just be the death of 7-9. He's got a great angle to play around with. Phoenix hiding away, Cap just sneaking just beside the vehicle that's on fire. Let's see if he can circle around, because Phoenix will be in trouble, but instead Phoenix peeks out. Captain, look to your right. He does it and gets sprayed down. What are we even watching?
He's a bit distracted, which is very unfortunate for him. Sometimes you do have those moments, those brain fart moments. Oh, Manchai though, he knows this for sure. Oh, Orin, his backwards turn and he gets saved. This guy is pretty lucky. Orin now shows up as well. Icon. They have AD and 1 hiding behind blue wall. Orin able to patch himself back up. And suddenly this has become a very even fight.
Yeah.
Manchai from the long range though might be able to really fish some of these points from the hands of Icon and 7-9.
Yes.
He is already on the bridge. A very, very good view on the members of Icon, especially with Eddie having his back turned and 1.
Yeah.
Oh, he has nowhere to go. It's either him, it's either EWG or 7-9. And who do you pick the poison? Seems like EWG is the one that Icon settles for, and Manchai will gladly take it.
Fantastic distraction by Manchai, just breathing a little bit of more hope in the place of 7-9 as Orange shuts down Eddie. Icon, that was an unfortunate situation as they had a great chance to shut down 7-9, just dragging on time a little bit too long, and at the end of the day, punished. AV Radicals on the other hand, this is the next challenge for the players of Expand. Can they snuff out the inconsistent Radical players, wind down on the ground? When the MVP's down, you have to rage on. Too fast shuts down Ramiel as well. Back-to-back kills. Expand. Can they continue focus in here? Because Wine gets picked right back up, and Thanamo with the grenade launcher goes to work with the rest of the players of Expand. Final player on for the survival. Axel's their hope.
Tough one though. Thanamo kind of knows this. He feels something in the air. He feels, you know, he can smell Axel's presence somewhere in the building. I mean, if he pulls off a 1 versus 4, I am going to lose my mind, but I don't think that is going to be happening anytime soon. Axel on the run, but all that footsteps he made has attracted this school of sharks called AV Radicals. Oh, they found him. Axel can at least get something done. Nope. AV Radicals with 7 points in the back. Bloody Head on the other hand, up against Anxiety.
Anxiety, Bloody Heads once again back in here with a full squad. Earlier on, we didn't see them get snuffed out just yet. Morgana, good nade, but the time turner response by Fury just to play the game of survival. Chessman backs away, but gets shut down by Mark. AWM long range, and now Bloody Head, they have got the players of Anxiety. Checkmate here, because long range engagement no longer possible. Chessman taken down once again. Bloody Head, Kaloy getting the job done. Fury out of the equation as well. Kanoho too far to make good work of that grenade launcher, and now as he displaces himself, he allows the rest of his team members to get taken down. Kanoho, if people rage on him, it's a GGWP, because this grenade launcher can equalize the whole squad of Bloody Heads, but it's all about the flank, and I believe Kaloy is already on ground. He just needs to execute this to perfection. Great blue walls pulled out. Kanoho now trapped, but the grenade launcher still making good work of all of them.
He has 9 nades, AJ. This is very doable. Boom. That's 1. Nade number 2. Nade number 3.
Oh, no!
Oh, that was a bit off. It's fine, it's fine. Pulls out the shotgun, goes for the sight flank.
Oh no.
Ends up getting none. Good attempt nonetheless.
I guess you could say that, man. I mean, he had so many grenades to play around with, that grenade launchers. Well, he could have put on one heck of a show for all of us, but just a little bit of a missed toss makes himself panic, made me panic. AB Radicals, on the other hand, hitting those high notes once again. 7 kills in here so far. Blacklist International, everybody's hiding behind a tree. One solid nade will tag them up, but the time turner saves them. And that ice grenade instead manages to deal all of that damage, and Blacklist International bites the dust as AB Radicals picks up kill number 10.
Oh, AWG and Todak are being very cheeky about this. They are trying to shut down AB Radicals. It's the helmet of Raymiao actually exposed a bit. Pedro taking the shot. But he actually gets shot from the back by EWG, who has consistently been a thorn in everyone's side. And now Pedro, in the face of Ritus, gets taken down. Todak is out, but Ritu also surrendered over. Bloodyhead picking up that one. 9 kills in the back. AB Radicals fall in the hands of EWG, so it ends up being Bloodyhead against EWG. Both teams have been just very cheeky vultures in this match. But at the end of it, it will be EWG playing with a man disadvantage and Bloodyhead looking for the booyah.
EWG deserves this. They have interfered a lot already, but the game of numbers is not on their side. Bloody Heads with a 9 kills so far. One good nade, but the timing needs to be perfect. The time turner is out there, so that's a total waste. But Mark from the back, AWM supremacy, and the final nade by Morgana connecting gives the Bloody Head squad the first booyah of the competition.
Yeah, Bloodyhead always around. And they have finally put themselves on the board very early into the major as well. And do remember, the first major that Bloodyhead played in, they finished in 17th place. Only remembered as the team that was a kryptonite to Geek Fam. And now here they are, just doing mad work. Just flexing some of those muscles, putting in the numbers. And Bloodyhead, just an entertaining team from start until finish. And of course, I think Danny will agree with this sentiment.
Oh, guys, a lot happened in that game. Firstly, can I say the last two teams to make it into that final circle did not expect it to be Bloodyhead and EWG out of all the teams that are competing in these two groups, right? It's like, who? If you don't follow the league, you're probably thinking, who are these two teams? They've been playing quite a lot of competitive Free Fire, and for them to be able to make it to this final circle with the likes of AB Radicals that made it this far, Pedro on the side of Todak also being able to make it this far, but I did not expect them to be the top two teams of this round. But this was such a crazy game, and if anything, you have to give props to Pedro on the side of Todak, because if it wasn't for him, I think AB Radicals would have really shaken up EWG, right? Because they were being shot on by two fronts. They had to worry about Pedro, they had to worry about EWG. They didn't have a free opening to go into that final circle. So if it wasn't for Pedro, AB Radicals maybe could have gotten more kills, maybe more points. Who knows? Unfortunately, they do go down, but it meant that we got a brand new team to get their first booyah.
Yeah, and the two teams that I wanted to look out for, Semna and Geek Fam, they perished very early on. Geek Fam was the first team to get knocked out, and I believe Semna finished like 9th place or something. This was my favorite moment against Ikanoho. He didn't commit to lobbing out like all of his nades. He just stopped after throwing 3. I feel like he could have continued going, you know, just take some of the Bloodyhead members with him. But I do agree with Danny on this part. I think Pedro was a minor distraction, but more so is EWG that was being incredibly annoying. They were shooting AB Radicals from like 10 miles away, and that was really keeping AB Radicals pinned down. Because if you take EWG out of that equation, AB Radicals will have a lot of space to breathe and even make it to the final circle with the full squad.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough final round, but nonetheless, it was a very exciting match, and we did get to see some not so spotlighted teams have a little bit of the spotlight. It's good to see some new names, new faces making it that far into the round. And we have 2 more games to go after this as well. So, gentlemen, we're coming into the final stretch for today and also for this weekend, right? This is our final 2 games before we conclude it for the week. I'm going to ask, what's happened to Expand today? Expand, we're expanding yesterday, and then the balloon suddenly developed a hole, and that balloon is now just slowly getting smaller and smaller and smaller. What really happened? Like, what's the difference between Expand from yesterday and today? Like, we saw them get punished previously today. Is it the same as what we saw in that round just now?
I think for Expand, it's a matter of, number one, the maps. They are so much more better structured at Bermuda as well as Kalahari.
Right.
At Purgatory as well as Alpine, on the other hand, you don't really see their strategy clicking all that too much. Because yesterday, the kind of strat that Expand played was keeping quiet, getting into that final circle, and then looking for kills in there, right? But this time around, Expand barely gets to navigate their way around into that circle. They keep coming across teams. They haven't really had a great read on the map just yet. And you can really see the difference. Although yesterday was the first day, they took a couple of hot drops against other teams. They planned all of those hot drops. They were aiming very specifically for bloody heads whenever we went into command post. And as for the rest of the games, it was pretty easy for them to maneuver around. But today, that strategy just doesn't seem to be clicking for them.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a slower day for Expand. Yeah. And if we use the analogy of a balloon, you can only go as far as what the capacity allows you, right? And if you expand too much, the balloon bursts. Maybe that is what happened to Expand today. The very first match they play, I can attribute that to just them being unlucky out in the open with multiple teams pressuring them. But as the day progressed, it really felt like Expand wasn't as in the element as they were yesterday on Bermuda and Kalahari.
Yeah.
They went for hot drops against, I believe, hard to get on Purgatory, but there was no conversion, right? I believe they just dispersed afterwards, and you see them like 10 minutes later, and they just got wiped. So
yeah,
it's kind of a minor no-show from Expand.
It's pretty disappointing for anyone that was starting to become that Expand friend from yesterday. But let's talk a bit about the two groups that we're seeing play for these final two games, because we've seen both groups now officially play quite a lot of Purgatory and Alpine. Are there any teams that we're sort of leaning towards that just seem to be generally strong on Alpine and Purgatory so far? I'll start with Husky.
I think that... Wait, sorry, what's the question again?
So because we've seen A and C play quite a lot of Purgatory and Alpine today, are there any teams that you feel are particularly strong on these two maps today?
Well, particularly strong, I can't make out one yet. But overall, if I want to say a team that performs the best, like consistently, I think AV Radicals definitely tops the
yeah. Bro, they busted 39 points on Alpine, man. You gotta bet on them a little bit, right?
If you ask me, like a team that's performed the best, maybe not. I think that that's still up for debate. But most consistent, AV Radicals, hands down. I mean, 27 kills on one single map. A part of it was thanks to the revival system, so you get to farm more. But to do it and to be able to get fired up and not run out of steam for the whole round, I think that's something very impressive. So they don't really need to get the booyah. They just need to keep, punching and punching down hard. And that itself is going to give them that advantage.
Consistent or not, it's quite hard to say because we've only seen them play Alpine once today, and technically it's the first day of Alpine being played. So AV Radicals did phenomenally well in that first round of Alpine. So this is the true test to see whether or not they can chug out that consistency. But the consistency of getting into the final circle, AV Radicals has been quite all right today, except of course for that very first matchup where they didn't really pick up a lot of placement points. That 39-pointer massive round for them was just an outstanding play, right? And now they pick up the MVP title on Purgatory as well. I feel like this is enough to fuel them to step it up in the next gameplay at Alpine. But if they don't, it's going to be quite the disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, maybe our expectations are a little bit high, right? They set the bar pretty high. It's quite difficult to suspect, like, maybe this team is going to do the exact same thing. But who knows? Maybe they could surprise us. They'll break the record yet again, and we'll finally surpass that 30 kill mark. Who knows? Anything can happen at this point, especially when it comes to this game of Free Fire. But yes, AV Radicals MVP for today. They seem to be the shining star of today, as it was Expand for yesterday. But the question is it going to continue? Because AJ, your magical word, your favorite word, consistency.
Yeah.
Does AV Radicals have it? And so far, it's hard to say.
It's That's what I said, right? AB Radicals is that one team that doesn't need to be consistent because they've got these massive breakout rounds that just shoots them right up to the top. But the one guy that has been consistent is someone called Wine, because we saw him at the number one spot overall, the biggest damage dealer, as well as the one with the most number of kills by the end of day one. And he lost that title to Spade, but he has grabbed it right back with the 5 kills that he has slain, with the overall 30 kills, the most once again in the competition. AV Radicals might not be consistent in each and every single match, but they've got a very consistent player, and that's important if you want to pick up more kill points.
Yeah, I think a good description for this would be feast and famine, right? There are days where Radicals are going to be feasting on their points and other days where it's just more of a famine thing, but they survive because of that body fat, right? Those kills that they got from those previous rounds, so not so bad. Sorry, Husky, I heard you were going to say something there.
Yeah, I was agreeing to it, and it does remind me a bit of Seb9, or when they were still Geek Fam, where they had days they're just not getting placement points, but on rounds that they're not getting much placement points, they're still somehow bagging a lot of kills, right? And that's kind of AV Radical. So they might not be consistent in getting placement points, but they're definitely consistent in getting that hit count in. Like 90 kills and only 47 placement points. And even then, they are in first place. So this really says a lot about AV Radicals. It's all about that body count, right? They're burying corpses like nobody's business.
They can start a business.
They can. If that's what you're into, sure.
AV Radicals is actually very lucky that we have changed the format of the grand finals from just a single day into a double day grand finals now. So, because this is the problem with this team. We've seen them before pop off just like this, inconsistent but massive rounds sometimes. And during the group stage, during the league stage in itself, they always manage to find the top spot. But at the grand finals, they bomb out. But having 2 days to play, maybe we might just see, this is the forecast of our champions of MCPS. It might just happen if they can continue this sort of breakout rounds once in a while.
Yeah, that could be. But as we see, overall standings, AB Radicals shooting to first place. This is only after one game as well. They've still got 2 more after this. And assuming AB Radicals continue on this upward trajectory, I just don't see anybody being able to catch up. I think the closest competitor we thought was going to be Expand, but they haven't quite caught up yet. We still got 2 more games to go, of course, so Expand, they've got some opportunities to catch up. Maybe it could be an underdog to take over this position for Expand. Who really knows? But these final 2 maps are going to be very crucial to solidify your position for the leaderboard for this week. And of course, to everyone that's tuning into the broadcast, if you haven't already, make sure you claim our giveaway code for today. You'll be able to pick up 2 free Death's Eye weapon loot crates. Make sure you grab it before the stream ends, because this is a time limited code. It's not a quantity limit. Anybody can claim it as long as the code is still viable. So please claim it now so that you'll be able to get your rewards. It's totally free. And of course, thank you to Garena for providing us these lovely goodies, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have MCPS, but we also wouldn't have all of this free stuff to give away to all of our loyal viewers. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. And of course, we are going to jump into our second last game of the day in just a second. And now I know we're on the AV Radicals hype train here, but we've got to talk about the rest of the team, right? Because this is not the only team playing. We've got, there's other teams playing. And besides Expand, we also spent a lot of time talking about Expand. Are there any other teams that we really need to watch out for besides these 2 Goliaths per se? Because we made this discussion yesterday that there's always going to be the fast starters, the teams that are very good out the gate, but then when it comes to the final stretch, they can't quite keep up with the long distance runners. Are there any teams that you feel in the past have shown an ability to adapt to a tournament and do very well as the tournament progresses?
A team that can run the marathon, I think Seb9 is a good example. Orange, Axis, a lot of that on the list, but I particularly want to focus on Seb9 and Geek Fam just for the rest of the matches, because I think Geek Fam, this is kind of a new roster. They do have some semblance of that original Geek Fam that we saw a year ago, with the most recent team getting acquired by Seb9, but both of them haven't been doing too well, especially Seb9. They had an abysmal day so far, but Seb9 can play the long run, but they're falling a bit too far behind. And I think that's the main point of concern.
Yeah. All right. Looks like the game is just about to begin. It is A versus C. It's Alpine, AJ, and Husky. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we kick off the second last match of the day, let's see if or not we will see the one and only AV Radicals hit those high notes, those impressive 39, and break their own record, Husky. We've never seen a 40 bomber before in the history of Free Fire that we've casted together. Maybe this will be the map. Maybe this will be the day. But I do want to touch on a little bit of your point of Geek Fam. Surprisingly enough, for the first time in the history of this old roster, we're actually seeing them play more placement points rather than kills.
Yeah, I think that is very impressive, right? Because, AV Radicals has, the moment you look at the roster, you're like, yeah, these guys are really heavy hitters. Like, I'm not sure if they will get the booyahs, but I know for damn sure that they will take you down. They'll get enough points to overshadow your booyah.
Yeah.
And if anything, AV Radicals have been clocking in some impressive placement points today.
AV Radicals might take a hot drop here at Forest Raid together with the Expand squad. Oh my goodness, Expand. Y'all better hold on to your seats and try your best to pick up a bag 7. Ashura's hopping away, trying to not get tagged up, but the players of Anxiety, as they very slowly crawl around Carousel, that's not the engagement I want to see. I want to see exactly what Thoda has in store, and then Magdan is too perfect. SAF with a hot drop against Icon as well. 3 different engagements out there on the battlefield, Escape.
This is incredibly volatile as SAF able to pick up 1 at least. Just getting themselves that first. Actually, 2 kills. Well, make it 3, I guess. Icon, they're all just dropping. And Cab was able to find a car, a vehicle to drive away. At least keep Icon in this game. As quickly as Icon got off to a good start today, they fell just as quick. Right, pretty quiet in the second half of the day so far. And SAF finally kind of revving that engine a bit, because they were the complete opposite of Icon. The first 2 games, absolute disaster, not getting hot drop, but they somehow just dunk on themselves with getting split up and just losing initial fights. But this is definitely a better start for them. AV Radicals, though, have already suffered a loss. And they instantly bought back. And of course, Wine winning that CQC, not surprising at all. Newbie does not stand a chance. Miro next on the chopping block. Wine.
Oh, smart.
Puts on his dancing shield. Wow, still trying to challenge this. This guy's a madman. Doesn't have health, but still peaks anyways. Of course, it's punished by Fires.
And Cannon. Smart play by Fires, but instant pickup coming through. Wine is one of the guys you desperately need if you are AV Radicals, but Fires saying, get down, boy. You don't stand right back up. Wine once again down on the ground. Miro, Ramiel making quick work of 2 players back to back.
No way.
Ashura, that's the 3rd one. Can he go 3 for 3? Ramiel now with the UMP in hand allows Ashura to get away as he needs to focus on his own health. But Miro, he'll continue bleeding out. Ashura has no ingress in here and has to run away as quickly as he can to play the game of survival. But Ramiel is on the hunt. You dare not step into our compound and get away with your health. 12 teams still kicking out there, which means Expand managed to run away from this compound, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they did. In Purgatory as well, they just disengaged.
Ashura!
Very good discipline. And of course, Ashura falls dead at the launching platform. AV Radical just off to a fantastic start. Wine and Ramiel doing mad work. For sure, Ramiel, we've been focusing a lot on Wine, understandably so, but Ramiel, when he showed up at VPH Velocity in the first major, he stole everyone's heart. This guy was a complete superstar, and we saw that in play just now. Just good cover from this guy. One thing is for sure, they are psychopaths. You can bring them down to 10 HP and they will still fight you until they drop.
Let's see if or not we can see more of Wine a little bit later on. We talked about how AV Radicals hit those high notes, 27 kills. in the previous round of Alpine, the very first Alpine we're seeing them play in this competition, and they've managed to impress, and they start things off hot. But what's a little bit more impressive is Expand tagging in Blacklist and leaving them high and dry, getting away from that compound as quickly as possible. I'm already loving the chances of those kids. Let's see if they can make good work off of that positioning that they retook after unfortunately hot dropping together with the players of AB Radicals. Now, AB Radicals, I think this one was intentional from them. They knew that Forest Red was going to be a spot that the players of Expand were going to take once again consistently, because it gave them a lot earlier on. And since Expand wasn't really having a good day in here today, they wanted to prey on that weakness of Expand. But unbeknownst to them, Blacklist would show up as well and just end up being prey either way.
Yeah, it's just collateral damage, you know. It's one of those days where you get caught in the crossfire and there's nothing you could do about it. My only gripe is that I feel like AB Radical should have left one guy alive, you know, let Ashura bring the whole team back and just farm some more points. But that would just be too troll, you know. I feel like you are just griefing the round at that point. So yeah, just settle for what you can get. They just need 23 more kills to even up the points that they got last time on Alpine. But the lobby is thinning down.
We did see Icon kind of wake up a little bit earlier in the day, and as quickly as they woke up, they went back to sleep. Purgatory in the previous matchup wasn't something to shout about, and in this round as well, seems like the team has been damaged, not beyond repair, as long as they can play the game of luck, get to the revival platform, and hopefully not get caught out. They should be able to get away with this. Bloody Heads slowly waking up. Previous 2 rounds solid for them, but as they engage with Geek Fam, a team that's trying to prove themselves out there on the battlefield, this is the old roster getting back together with a couple of new additions. Yasta still has yet to prove himself for the team.
Yeah, Yasta, I think, has a lot to be desired. Oh, EWG though. Just losing 2 hits in a blink of an eye. Orange Esports merciless on that pursuit.
Triple kill.
Kind of a minor payback. You know, EWG didn't give him a good time last round on Purgatory. And Orange Esports just strikes back with hot iron. And EWG only left with Jay-Z, forced right out into the blue. And Orange Esports are not willing to let him go. They are actually chasing him. They don't care about tanking the blue zone. You know, it's phase number 1. We just want the kill. And you can see that they are committing to it. I mean, Orange Esports are relentless.
And they have to be, because overall in the competition, Orange Esports hasn't really made a lot of noise just yet. They woke up at Purgatory, showing us they can pick up the booyah. They can pick solid number of kills, but it's very, very rare to see Orange Esports rage in the competition, right? And apart from that one great showing at the Challenger Series, where they did finally wake up in the final 2 days of the group stage, and also show up a little well in the Challenger Series overall, but nothing much to shout about. The only impressive thing was they actually survived to make it through to the grand finals. But Bloody Heads, surprisingly enough, taking the fight very well against the players of Geek Fam. And I like this setup, the flank from the right-hand side, the left-hand side push as well. Bloody Heads covering great ground. Hakimi double barrel, turns around, but Carloy with the Mag 7 punishes.
Geek Fam are not ready for that fight at all. I honestly feel like Geek Fam did not expect, they were not in a position to fight Bloody Head. They get absolutely punished. 3 quick kills for Bloody Head with barely a scratch. And of course, the positioning plays a huge part in that as well. And I think Semnai caught a win of that scuffle, but I'm not really sure if Semnai wants to take this though. Knowing these boys, they tend to, to put the head out the car window a bit.
Ooh,
but,
nice.
It can pay off, and Fikri just got an initial tag, got the knock, but no confirmed kills yet.
I think at this point, the players of Bloody Head, they are no. Expand drops by to say, hey, Bloody Heads, let me help you out. Man 04 needs to turn around, gets tagged up instantaneously. Orin almost dropped as well. X-Roy from the right-hand side. 7-9, bye-bye, out to the lobby you go.
And that's what I call a slam dunk. Expand just came right in, sat on 7-9 and buried them. On the
Aye. Bloody Head is very thankful, asking.
Wonder what
just
would Expand do though. I mean,
I think they're gonna.
Where did that come from? It was not from Expand, right? I don't think it was.
I think they lost it accidentally.
There is a revival point that Expand can think of contesting, but of course they do not have the numbers to fight Bloody Head right now.
Anxiety, very silly with this move, splitting up. Oda, tight grouping on the other hand, but has no information on the positioning of Anxiety, so it's not something that they can make good work of. But Luck is going to be playing against Anxiety because the whole squad of Toda moving in towards that one player, Fura. No trigger discipline, literally drags them like a magnet towards himself by opening fire.
Oh yeah, and now he is toast. Toda, they just sprung straight into action. You hear the engine roaring. And Fura, he only got himself to blame for that. Drops the glue wall, the spark. Oh, he's on the chase. This is need for speed. Chase down Fura. He's bringing Toda into his team though, and with an unqualified driving skill, it's gonna take a while for Sparks to navigate through the solar path, the sun side. But
circles around
the corner. Okay,
good one.
Toby is there as well. Spark, what do you have? Breaks the glue wall.
Smart.
Finds two members of Anxiety behind it, so the rest of Toda pour in. That's Dak first to go down, but of course Toda kept the number. Power in numbers, the tagline of the MCPS Major season for Toda finding 2 kills.
What a silly move by Fura. All alone, and he chooses to shoot at a squad who's running directly towards him. I mean, he could have stood a better chance of playing the game of survival if he had just kept quiet, jumped out of the window, basically did whatever he did after engaging with Toda. If he had done that without shooting at them, the chances of him getting away would have been higher. But the rest of Anxiety now on the verge of getting shut down. Toby, it's a 2v1. He doesn't stand a chance. Gets sprayed down onto the ground. Spark. And this is just Toda being Toda, but Anxiety, what a disappointing mistake from them. SAF cleaning house though. Expand gets caught out in the open. Yado picked right back up. Too fast gets expanded, and the rest of the boys, they try to get away. Bloody Head, the third party slowly approaching the situation. Wow. They might be the biggest winners.
Nah, man, Expand had a chance, but Bloody Head had to snipe off Exo. It's Cobra now. My boy, can you do this? 1 versus 7 if they all converge onto him. Those Bloody Head, they want a piece of the pie. Unless they get distracted by SAF, nice. It seems like that's the case. Ice Grenade thrown now. Carloy getting an exchange of the let's go. Organa will be picked back up, no problem. It's Cobra hides in the shadows. McGrory has just peeks out the corner, takes down Morgana. Blew up, put up by Carloy, but Carloy doesn't win the fight. SAF doing a fantastic job at stopping Bloody Head in their track, and while all of that was happening, Cobra was nowhere to be seen. And that's probably good news for all teams. SAF with 9 kills in the bag and looking for more. Let's go. Dropping low, but not down just yet. As SAF continues to try and fend off against Bloody Head.
You see a battle, I just see Bloody Heads returning the favor because they got saved earlier on thanks to Expand, taking that hot drop in, and now Bloody Head moves in for the attack against SAF, who were on the verge of snuffing out the player of Expand, and Cobra was allowed to slither away. He plays the game of survival thanks to Bloody Heads. Now Bloody Heads on the verge of destruction here, but I like the setup, circling around. They are trying to flank around the players of SAF, McRory as well as Let's Go. Voidface has got the AC-80 N-Charge Buster in hand, but it's all about timing. That one player, Mark, he's just a little bit too off angle here. His AWM isn't going to do any bit of damage whatsoever. He needs to reposition, but Orange Esports caught out in the open, but that's against only 2 players of AV Radicals who very aggressively go in for the push. Rosso X play the game of defense with his glue walls just so that he can get to the hut as Farron gets dropped. It's a trip mine. Wine will be able to take that away. Thanamo drops Storm as well. Orange Esports, they are on the verge of decimation and they can't do much. Nikos' back gets caught out by Wine. Final player, bye-bye Orange Esports. AV Radicals on fire.
Wine is insane. He does not give a crap. 15 medkits, didn't need a single one of it. Just goes on and on, does not stop. Bloody Head losing their 3rd member. This means that they've officially lost the fight, but actually Tanamo just got picked up by Chessman. The only guy left alive for Anxiety because AV Radical is looking for kill as well. There's not much players left in the lobby. AV Radicals just trying to flush him out. Can't really find him. Chessman opting to tank that blue zone, but he only has 1 medkit left alive. And can he get to the buy zone though? This could be a chance.
Smart. Very smart.
He does it. The full team.
So smart. And Chessman heals himself up here, brother. And he should be able to get back into that circle. Even if it doesn't, the deed has been done. And all of anxiety converging upon the one player of Eastern Wolves Gang just to eat him up. But AB Radicals on the way in as well. Anxiety from up top. Manchai has got the charge buster. Eats up the players of anxiety.
No way.
Manchai! What a play!
No way. Oh my god. This guy. Swear to God, man.
Oh Lord, what a play, man. And it's the charge buster of all guns, but thankfully the players that hot drop him only had the secondary pistols in their hand. Cobra's still alive, couldn't bring in the rest of his team members back, but playing the game of survival. I like this from Cobra. Has a charge buster, but he needs to get close in order to be able to execute the rest of the players. Manchai from up top can take a hot drop onto the two players of AV Radicals, but AV Radicals look solid in this Alpine as well. I think we found new kings of Alpine.
I'm not sure if AV Radicals are still keeping track of where the last guy is though. Or Cobra up against Wine. Who is the better kings in the close quarter combat? Cobra is dropping low.
Smart.
Bit of an unfair fight though. And Wine does have his friend Ramiel helping him out. Manchai, I believe, already dropped down. Broke his ankles in the process. One gust of wind's gonna finish him off. AV Radicals looking for another booyah. And the second one of the day. And I think it is very possible for them to accomplish that. They have the numbers, they have the guns, they have the prowess. Two of the strongest members of the team left alive. Nays come up. Oh, Ramiel.
What?
Getting bursted by Manchai.
What?
Now it's a three-way
How is Manchai
fight.
doing this?
Gets stuffed up by Let's Go. It's between him and Wine. This is AV Radicals game, but unless Let's Go can turn it around, SAF looking for their own moment. The ice grenade does miss. Wine comes down, the grenade bounces off the way.
Oh my, flashes himself.
Wine is gonna go for the kill, and Let's Go, he's still alive. Wine turns the corner. Both of them dancing around these walls. And Wine, he just needs one shot. One shot is all it takes. He will take it, AV Radicals. Another booyah in the back.
A very sloppy engagement by the player. And AV Radicals Wine once again steps up to the plate, and he makes sure with this round that nobody is going to be ripping away that MVP title of the strongest player out there on the battlefield. AV Radicals has got a radical take on the competition now. We looked for consistency, maybe not from the squad overall, but at Alpine, as well as from that one player named Wine, we can expect it.
At this point, I'm convinced it's the glasses. Some X-ray vision, you know, built into it. Probably from the future. But yeah, I mean, AV Radicals.
Gives you future sight?
That could be. I mean, I don't know. I want to hear it from Danny. Maybe she has a theory.
I think it's the name, you know? The best way to age is like wine. The older you get, the better you get. Oh boy, but wow, Wine is incredible. I don't know about you guys, but I would have to say he so far has to be the MVP of the tournament. You do not want to run into this guy. And
yeah,
I think and in the past, Cobra used to be the MVP. Do you think at this point, how would you compare the two? We saw Cobra go up against Wine, but in a 1v1, an equal 1v1, AJ Husky, is it Wine? Is it Cobra? Who do you think would actually win?
I think Wine is just having a better day. Though that one was a bit unfair because he had Ramiel shooting Cobra as well. But I think in just a head-on 1v1, I feel like on a good day, Wine just looks incredible.
I think it really depends on the gun that they had available to them at that point. And the Charge Buster, although amazing, you can't really chug out the kind of damage that the M1887 could provide in a battle like that. If at all Cobra had his favorite Mag 7, bye-bye Wine, he would have been toasted in there. I mean, you know, not only himself, but his blood would have been spilled everywhere just like Wine. But Cobra, little unfortunate. He did try to dance around that time turner that he pulled out with the Charge Buster, but Wine outstepped him in terms of this place.
Right. Now, a lot happened in that game, okay? So, firstly, we had the Forest Red shenanigans at the very beginning. Gentlemen, that was crazy. And I I had to go back through the previous games because I had to be 100% sure, okay? In the Group B and C matchup, Expand actually did drop into Forest Red by themselves. So this had to have been a conscious choice by AV Radicals to say, okay, we're going to hot drop Expand. If you're AV Radicals, do you do that again? Like, what do you think of the risk factor was for them to do that?
None. They're on fire. Alpine belongs to them, and they knew for a fact that Expand was having a terrible day out there, which is why I tell you it was a genius plan for Expand to tag in Blacklist and say, you guys deal with these. We are not going to take an early fight. And I was so happy to see Expand do that.
Expand actually, they pretty good at pushing responsibilities, right? This is not the first time they hot drop and they just completely disengage. And they are very slippery. Towards the very tail end, we saw like Cobra was sandwiched between 7 enemies and he just slipped away without anyone knowing.
Bye-bye.
Which was
it was brilliant.
Pretty crazy, right? Like if you had to see it to believe it. Like you just watched this Expand, the logo on the map just moving away without anyone shooting him or whatsoever.
Who was the team that was attacking Bloody Head, where Expand just took a hot drop against and like literally launched themselves straight into their compound and snuffed out?
That was Sem9. Sem9 got dunked on.
And Bloody Heads just returned the favor. They helped Expand, kind of get away from that situation, although unintentionally, but that's exactly how the story unfolded. But they paid the high price. They were not as slithery as Cobra. They couldn't get away from that engagement, and they got snuffed out, which was quite unfortunate. It would have been really nice to see both Expand as well as Bloody Heads gather back there at that final circle. Of course, AV Radicals would have potentially eaten them up, but, would have been nice to see them in there.
Yeah, and I would love, I'm not sure about you two, but I love seeing, I'm not sure if I would say love. It was absolutely a shenanigan where, do you remember Manchai was sitting on top of the windmill and Anxiety were able to get the full team revive, and then all of a sudden it was just literally everyone walking into the slaughterhouse just getting taken up by Manchai. I thought that was brilliant, for him. Of course, it was kills for the team. He was able to get those picks. If you're Anxiety, what would you have been feeling? I think Anxiety would not have been enough.
Yeah, you would have been sad because I think Anxiety and the sound was the plan was really sound, right? Because not only are you taking a hot drop against a player who is on the highest vantage point, which you can then make use of later to play the game of survival, but there was also an air drop beside him, which meant precious loot for you, who was just returning back after being revived. Because you get revived with literally a secondary in your hand, you can't do much unless you get super lucky with it, right? Or maybe you're a player like Wine who can get a couple of kills with the secondary. So it was a good decision by them, but what they did not expect was to find a guy as terrorizing as Manchai up there. And Wine, question is, how many MVPs will you hunt down all on your own?
I was farming MVP titles the whole day.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs to hunt for it anymore. It just lands in his lap. He just plays Free Fire and it's like, oh, look, MVP medal. Oh, look, another one. Oh, I mean, if you're Wine, this is going to be such a motivating day for you as well, right? And again, that's going to also impact his mental state going into these games. When you're feeling good, you're going to play way better than someone that's just come out of a really tough game that got eliminated in 12th place.
38 kills so far in the league, and and AV Radicals isn't really a team that shows up in that final circle all the time. Makes Wine one of the most effective players out there on the battlefield. Even though not consistent in terms of getting to that final circle together with the squad, this guy has done a lot, because we talked about how AV Radicals was surviving mainly based on the kill points, but today they take those kills in the equally impressive way. On top of that, they also deliver when it comes to the placement points. AV Radicals giving us everything we want, Husky.
Yeah, it just they've already delivered in terms of expectations, but they're one-upping it every single time, right? They're reinforcing that notion that this team is good at what they do, and they do it extremely well. It's like a speciality for them. In fact, the most impressive part for me is in this game, they got 14 kills. They only need to deal 5,400 damage. Very, very efficient kills, in fact. Efficient damage that they have been putting out.
Yeah, and I think at this point you can say it's probably too early to say, but the $2,000, it's looking like it might be going into AB Radical's pocket. You know, first place from the group stages. Sorry, the league stage will be going to the first place. So I think that's basically eyes on the prize right now for AB Radicals. They know that they're going to make it to grand finals. I think that's, if you're in first place, that's a given. But $2,000 is going to be quite nice as well. Let's take a look at the standings to see how many points everyone was able to take home. 26 is going to go into the pockets of AB Radicals, as if this team needs any more points. They're looking pretty happy on that leaderboard. SAF, though, coming in second. This is a team that we just haven't really seen today at all, besides maybe this round. SAF, what has really happened to this team? I feel like SAF, they have fallen from grace at one point, and I know AJ and Husky, we came from an era where SAF was basically AB Radicals at some point. They crushed every single game. They were getting all the points, the kills, the placements. And now SAF is really struggling in some of these matches, not completely to the point where they're the bottom of the bracket, but they're just average now. You know, is it a case of maybe SAF just not being comfortable with the current play style these teams are outputting?
I think McRory has lost some of his glory because he was the biggest damage dealer on, this side of the team, right? But the biggest problem here is with the fact that even though those grenades got taken away and thrown right back into the matchup, he hasn't really made a big return. And, 9 points in all of the previous matches with 20 now, it's not great, but they have managed to recover just a little bit of their honor as well as the overall points on the leaderboard. Hopefully we can see more of this from them, because you are right, Danny. What we have seen SAF do in this round used to be such a consistent showing from them in the competitions of the past, almost every single round. So it's sad to see them down at the 10th spot, but it is what it is. When you let go of a little bit of that firepower in your hearts, others are going to overstep you and they're going to take the lead. But it's surprising to see GeekFam still on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, even though today's performance hasn't really been that impressive.
Right, yeah, right. GeekFam has been doing pretty decent. They're not performing outstandingly, but they're performing consistently enough to be able to stay within the middle of the pack, right? They're not on the verge of elimination per se. Husky, I gotta question you here. Sem9, this team, 13th place, it's not looking too good. I mean, what's happened with Sem9?
I was just about to get to that, right? Because at this point, towards the end of week 1, Sem9 would have had at least one booyah, but they had none. They're on the second page. If you ask me what's wrong with Sem9, I'm inclined to say that maybe in this major everyone stepped up, but Sem9 are kind of struggling with trying to figure out how to face up against some of these teams. And I think it kind of feels like familiar territory, right? A lot of these players have played with or against Sem9 at one point, mostly against Sem9. But maybe the lack of the support staff is starting to really show rear its head. That could be one. And secondly, it's just every other team is stepping up their game and Sem9 couldn't keep up. I think it's a big possibility.
Yeah, it could be. Now, just a final reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, please claim our giveaway code. It is on the bottom of the screen if you haven't already seen it. If you claim the code, you'll get 2 Death's Eye weapon loot crates. These are free to you from Garena. And of course, this code is going to expire at the end of today. Yes, I've said it. It's going to expire at the end of today. Claim it now. Make sure you get those free rewards. They are not coming back after today. So firstly, thank you to everyone that has claimed the code, and also to everyone that is watching the broadcast. We've been having so much fun today, and unfortunately, we are down to our final game of the day. We're going to be jumping back onto Purgatory here with teams A and C, groups A and C, and I'm curious to see what kind of grand finale we're going to be getting for our final game of the week, folks. I think we've got to celebrate somehow by throwing out our predictions into the wind. Who do we think is going to wrap up with the booyah today?
So yesterday, Expand got a hat trick. AV Radicals need one more. So I'm putting my money on AV Radical. I want to see them get that 3 booyah.
I'm going to double up on that prediction just so that we can see if we can curse them both together, Husky. And allow someone else to step up. But hey, AV Radicals has broken each and every single record set by the other teams, man. I thought Farang would have been able to chug out good enough performance to hold on the number one spot. They got 72 points in the 4 matches, but AV Radicals, with one more game to go, already has 93 from the day, and they're not stopping at all. They've already outperformed Xpan's 92 points yesterday, which was quite massive. So AV Radicals is on fire, literally right now.
Let's see if AV Radicals can do this. It's Group A and C. It's Purgatory. AJ, Husky, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danalee. As we hop on into the final battle of the day, of course, all eyes going to be set on the players of AV Radicals, but we also need to see some of the teams out there step up. And it's surprising for me to even say these words. They are teams like Xpan, Geek Fam, as well as Sem9, who haven't really woken up just yet. This time, Xpan really needs to do their homework, because if you move on over to that snowy area, you are going to find the players of Bloody Head.
There's another hot drop of AV Radicals. They don't drop at Ski Lodge. There's no way. Like the AV Radicals,
they want the heads.
They do. Unless AV Radicals are the kind of team that hunts for high tier loot zone. That could be one way to look at it, right? But
yeah,
good God, now they are at Ski Lodge. This time, I don't think Xpan. Well, actually, Xpan can still run away. But look at Tanamo and Ritus. They are so far up. They are making so much headway for the rest of the team. A lot of initiative taken by AV Radicals, honestly. Now, you said that they are breaking records of Farang. Well, I one up you. They are breaking their own record in the same day.
They are, man. They most definitely are. That's just so shocking, right? And the biggest shocker of all is to actually see that happen on Alpine, where a lot of the teams really haven't found their full capability just yet. AV Radicals making quick work of everyone. Bloody Head did manage to get a knock on through a play of Expand, but AV Radicals now taking advantage of the situation. Tanamo with the spray. Morgana drops him down onto the ground. Big fight coming through, but Ritus takes the fight straight up to them. Kaloy trades him back out with a Spaz 12. Bloody Heads maintaining their ground. Ski Lodge is their home. You don't hot droppers.
Yeah, AV Radical is just overheating a bit. I was like, no way. Tanamo goes for the 1v2. He does it anyways. Now AV Radical is getting a taste of their own medicine. Over-aggression can be an insidious killer. And Wine goes down as well. Bloodyhead getting 3 kills. Getting 4 points, in fact. 3 of them, AV Radicals. And Raymiel left to wonder what just happened. And the worst part is that Skila is not the best part to hide. Doesn't have the best resources as well. So this will be a very slow start for the team.
And once again, Expand disappeared.
Yeah, they just ran.
Like, thank you very much. No hot drops for us. Yes, we are sorry. We came here. We thought we wanted to pick on the players of Bloody Head because I think this was a game of revenge for Expand, which they have to be really careful with, right? Because Bloody Heads, they have been aiming for the heads of Bloody Heads one too many times. And this time it nearly got turned on its head. And they're so lucky that it was AV Radicals that played the game of distraction, or else they would have been on the serving plate.
Anxiety trying to at least get a couple of numbers on the board. Against Icon, is waiting for the time turner to expire. Man from behind was able to take down Kanoho in return. Führer not able to get a clear shot. But Kanoho still breathing with Man hiding behind the blue wall. And Führer coming in for the cleanup of the time turner. And just kind of bobbing and weaving. The Man doing a pretty good job at dancing around this, all of these utilities. Trying to come in for a swing. But Anxiety cleans him up for easy kills.
Anxiety is a little bit twitchy out there. I mean, overall performance today hasn't really been anything to shout about. They kind of are sitting down on the same level of SAF as well as Orange Esports with how much they have been able to do out there overall in terms of points. So let's see if they can keep up this sort of a progress. Soda, a little bit of a fender bender, but luckily it's just against their own team members, so not going to get punished for it. No one's going to rage against them for scratching their cars. Eastern Wolfsgang, on the other hand, going to get surrounded by the players of Sem9. Manchai, one of their star players now, caught out in the open. AC-80 cannot be used as Oren flanks from that right and finishes him off.
Sem9 making some headway. very big open ground though, and they don't have good angles. Unlike EWG, who has that luxury, it's a very simple knockdown to Orin, and the worst part is that I don't think Sam9 can come to his rescue. Anxiety up against Bloody Head right now. As Bloody Head move away from Ski Lodge. And the blue zone kind of closing in as well. Bloody Head and Anxiety. Both teams having 4 points so far, but it seems like Bloody Head, I feel a bit more comfortable. Let's see if Führer can kind of hold back both Carlo and Voidface.
Both Anxiety and Bloody Head doing really well in this round. Führer managing to spot a player out there on the side of Bloody Head who has managed to get into the circle already, playing a great amount of pressure on him. Carlo shuts down Gordobi. That's a big kill coming through. Morgana traded out by Chessman. And just a 1-for-2 trade so far. And Voidface gets taken down. Führer traded out Carloy. He needs to pick up his team member, but knocks down Kanoho first. What a reaction by Carloy. Voidface back up on his feet. Anxiety gonna regret they ever picked a fight with Bloody Head.
Yeah, Bloody Head on absolute fire, getting 2 more kills in the back. Make it look pretty easy. They had to take a bit of a loss. But maybe Mark can right the wrongs. Chessman driving away in his new race car and gaining enough distance. But Bloody Head has control of a revival point.
At least Anxiety has just been surviving, but Toda circles on in. Fender Bender or not, here comes Geek Fam to punish them. Hazik taken out of the equation. Chill traded out 1-for-1 so far. Apis makes that 2. And this is the Geek Fam that we used to know of all, but they don't really put on a lot of kill points. Pedro and Exact want nothing to do with this engagement. They back away. Toda themselves haven't been having quite a great day out there on the battlefield so far today. 43 points picked up, but they don't want that to be the end. Blacklist International engages with Orange Esports. 1 down already. Newbie about to get picked up, but Glue Wall gets lost. And Miro backs away. Parrot tries to get the damage done. Storm just storming on in together with him, and it looks like Blacklist might just be snuffed out here. It's a 3v2. Blacklist Faiz pops on out, drops him. Ashura gets the nade as well. Orange Esports tries to recover, but Faiz is the hope for the squad. Max 7 to the backs of Orange Esports. And Rosso acts turns tails and runs out of there.
And Faiz saves the day again for Blacklist. Of course, he's going to try and earn that last knockout onto Rosso, who is out in the open. Blacklist International, 3-man strong. And of course, Faiz claims his hit, wiping the entirety of Orange Esports. Man, what a player that, that has been showing off the entire day.
The wonder kid of Blacklist International, 16 years old. To be that great at the age of 16, I wish I had half of this guy's skills, man, at any game whatsoever that I played back when I was 16. I was a noob running around. I constantly depended on a game of RPG where I can save before facing off the final boss. Faiz is the final boss, Husky.
Excuse me. It definitely is.
Choked on water.
Yeah. I'm like, that caught me off guard.
Don't die on me now, partner.
No. I still want to live to see Faiz do more. But yes, he is the final boss of Blacklist International. Filling in pretty well into Cobra's shoes, I'd say, you know. The shoe size, it does fit. But what is for certain is that Bloody Head is having a fantastic round so far.
Expand is chasing down Toda. And it looks like Bloody Heads are doing the exact same thing from the other side. Toda has nowhere to run. Expand on the left, Bloody Head on the right. If you are Toda, you are about to be some fried fish. Exact now, beyond the wall. Carloy trying to flank around from the right-hand side, but just waits for a little bit of backup first. And Exact gets knocked down onto the ground by a flanking Mark. And the AC-80 from the left just proves to be the perfect weapon of destruction. And off-screen, it looks like Expand is going to eat up yet another player on the side of Toda. Chill and Pedro, opportunity, but Carloy once again flanking. This is that opportunity for them to pick up more kills. Chill down on the ground. XL is the one that takes him out of the equation. Can that kill be stolen away by Bloody Head, who's a little bit closer? The answer is no. The Axel once again strikes from afar.
And I see a very wild Ray Meow just casually going for a drive. Definitely wouldn't want to stop anywhere close to this area. I think AB Radicals only has him left standing. Bloody Head continuing to push on forward. kind of noting that there is a third party. And Too Fast forced right back. Toda's the first one to drop. Bloody Hit with 9 kills so far, and Too Fast takes 2 bullets in the back. And the rest of Bloody Hit are chasing him down. I think Expand are completely spread out unless they can somehow catch Bloody Hit off guard, distracting them, giving Axel those clear shots. That's exactly what they're doing. Axel getting 2 knocks ready, but no finishers just yet. Whiteface is trying to keep his team alive. Roy goes down, but Bloody Hit are taking a lot of L's. All thanks to Axel. Once more, the Malaysian sniper from long range getting all of these pickoffs, giving Bloody Hit no chance to breathe, no room to move, and no life left.
This is a crazy step up here by Cobra from afar.
Oh my goodness.
And it looks like he won't be able to save the rest of his team members. And thank goodness that he was holding that off angle. If it wasn't for him, he would have lost his 2 buddies too fast, as well as X-Roy. Great play by Cobra. You still need this guy out there slithering around.
You definitely do. Cobra and XO doing wonders. First, they take out Bloody Hit, then they stop anxiety for from trying to voucher this. And I think our curse is working, AJ. AV Radicals is having a horrible game.
Horrible indeed. Manchai now. Opportunity as he manages to find wine. No pun intended, find wine. 7-9 Phoenix, no trigger discipline. Ay! The bike of Hazik nearly trapped him in the small little hole. Manchai, Max 7 up against Wine. Wine manages to get that shot, but immediately traded out by Hazik and his Groza. AV Radicals, terrible matchup this time around as their phenomenal luck finally runs out. But the journey's not over just yet for the Radical squad. 1 survivor. Initially, that was the guy who was running around, reviving Wine, etc. And he's still out alive and kicking. Eastern Wolfgang eats the bullets from the side of Hazik, but Monito responds perfectly.
What a shot. Again, EWG have control of the high ground, which gives them a lot of room to work with. All these angles that Geek Fam have a very tough time trying to contest. Our pace is still going to try though. The foliage is going to give EWG a bit more of a cover, but that blue zone will kind of take it away from EWG, forcing them downhill, straight into the hands of Geek Fam. Easy pickings, and let Monito respond again. But he is the only one left alive for his team. Abandoning it to us, the blue zone will take him out. Monito finding cover, but just barely.
Fan has an opportunity in here to sneak into the next circle, but they have to wait for Monito to move first. Grenade launcher meets Monito halfway, but Api said, I'm sick and tired of waiting. Let's just take the fight up to him. Monito's head sticking out. It is the wall that protects him from Apis, but he allows the zone to just stick away at his HP little by little. Ramiel taken out of the equation, and it looks like that's the end of AV Radicals and their radical take on this competition. But Expand, they're right back in there. They might be able to recover a little bit of points before the end of the day as they make their way into the next circle. The blue zone already following all of them, but SAF engages Monito, still having his HP ticked away by the zone, but distracts Apis long enough. The circle not too far away here. We might just see Eastern Wolfgang in the next circle, but Apis just reparks the car. He's waiting for EWG.
No way. No way they're baiting this, right?
They did.
Oh,
Monito.
Right
grenade.
there?
Grenade, Monito. Can he do it?
Oh, get out.
Oh, tags him. One more. Yasta. Hasta la vista. AC-80. Yasta gonna get tagged by this ice grenade.
Oh.
Bye-bye, Yasta. Monito, the survivor and slayer. Yasta gonna get taken down. He's gonna loot up Yasta's loot box. Still outside of the circle, but Monito, my man, I love this guy.
Well, guess what? The rest of Geek Fam are gonna get revived anyways. Axel getting tagged, brought down to his knees by the grenade launcher as they are finally showing themselves in this game.
Still there.
It was a very quiet game. X-Roy still around. The glue wall's getting propped up, and you can see all the nades getting lobbed from behind the glue wall.
Still there.
And he is. In fact, Expand is already out. SAF still somehow keeping themselves alive. But Tanamo, no resources.
Hakimi.
Wait, did Hakimi just drop into him?
Tanamo!
It picks him up!
with the secondary. Thanamo, my lord. And now he gets to loot up those boys. Miro, on the other hand, from across, Thanamo got brought back into the matchup. He's got a secondary. Ashura on the other side. AC-80. If Thanamo can take him out, he will have a little bit of good loot on
Hakimi
himself.
has nothing on him. It was actually a revive, so Thanamo gets nothing. There's nothing out of that. You get the point though, that's very valuable. This should be the end, right? SAF is gonna find him, for sure.
No, we don't know, man. I thought AB was already out, but Thanamo surviving up to the 5th spot in here, and he's keeping quiet. He stays silent. Miro finds him. AB Radicals out in the 4th spot, but they've done it, man. They've picked up more than 100 points on day 2. AB Radicals still makes history for themselves.
And now it's all down to the final 3 teams. SAF looking for their second booyah. As the second booyah, I believe, of the entire leagues. Blacks International looking for the second booyah of the day. And it's going to be a very tense moment. SAF, they turn the corner. Amiro waiting for an opportunity to flank. Let's go ahead, the Charge Buster in hand, and the Dope is just gonna no-scope all of these members of Blacklist International. Spies, he's hiding behind the shack, but his gun barrel revealed, spotted by Hawkeye.
Bro, Monito's still alive.
He is. Everyone is just playing hide and seek. Honestly, Monito did that in the last round. If he wins this one, then he deserves it. Oh, he's making his move. He's hiding in the compound. No one knows that though. They're certainly not Blacklist nor SAF.
They're so busy with each other. Monito's just staying silent. He's just waiting for them to finish each other off. I mean, hopefully for him, they thin the numbers down. Maybe leave them in a 1v1v1 challenge. And Monito has an AC-80 long-range combat. The only problem here is the open ground's going to be an issue for him. Monito shooting up into the air. Takes out the UAV up ahead. And no information for the rest of them. Smart plays by Monito. But now they know there's somebody else out there on the battlefield. Problem is, they don't see him.
Yeah, they don't see him. That's the thing. Blacklist and SAF, they're gonna fight this to the death, and Monito will get to watch this unfold. Oh, a flash onto Hawkeye. Blinded McGrory gets flashed as well. Able to kind of moonwalk his way back to cover for a while, but Let's Go protecting him. That's Bias with the flash on Monito, so he comes down. The Blacklist and SAF, both of them looking for the second booyah. Blacklist standing strong. Miro holding the fort. SAF, they all fall. And it's only down to just one member of SAF. And that is not going to happen for them, not this time. Blacklist with the second booyah of the day.
Blacklist International waking up, Mr. D. The sidelines, brother. Kita dah tua-tua dah, kita coaching je lah. Rest of them managing to lead the team up to the top. And there's no wonder as to why Fires dons that white Blacklist jersey, and the rest of them are in black. He is their MVP. He's the one that leads them on the forefront. But Danny, what do you think of that fantastic survival gameplay by Monito?
Yeah, and I think our host is rejoicing. Today's a good day for her, honestly. Yesterday she was like, "Yeah, Blacklist has a chance," and we were just dunking on her. We were like, "No, Blacklist, nah, they can't do it." Today they show up, 2 huge booyahs, really flipping the script around a bit.
Yep. And from the previous matchup and all of the previous games, they got a total of 44 points. One of the better teams out there today, but not the best. The best, obviously, hands down, AB Radicals exceeding 100 points picked up, followed by Farang on that 72. But we saw spectacular survival gameplay coming through by the players of AB Radicals as well. They survived a little too long, if you ask me, because initially with that hot drop against Expand as well as Bloody Head, they should have been punished, if you ask me, Aske.
They certainly should have been. But we're gonna bring Danny back in. It's a good day for her. I think she deserves to celebrate Blacklist International, even if maybe today's the only day. That was it.
That's all we get out of you.
Just want to double check that we're okay.
Yes, we can.
I thought that was a very short-lived celebration. Thank you very much, Danny. We won't have any more celebrations, I think, after this.
Yeah, Danny unfortunately will be joining us a little bit later, but Monito and his survival gameplay, I think Geek Fam would have stood a better chance if they had just let that one kill point go and focused on their own placement inside of the circle. But instead, they had to be greedy and they were punished for it. And, you know, that's not something that you want to see out of the teams, especially when it is Geek Fam that is the brand that they are carrying out there. Hopefully that's not something we see in the future, Husky. But, you know, in the meantime, we can see Danny lagging.
That's the face of someone who is really happy that her favorite team just got 2 booyahs in a day.
No, Danny, you're back.
Oh. Someone clip this. This is gonna be a WhatsApp sticker by the end of the day. This actually, I don't know if she can see this, but this one looks impressive. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna do it.
Geek Fam.
I am going to do it right now. This is going into the history books. Done. Oh, you want to be a part of that? Hold on. We'll save that for next time.
My goodness.
I will snip it from the VOD itself.
Oh, goodness me. My goodness. What a day. What a cracker of a match to wrap up day number 2 at the MCPS Majors Season 4. Lots of comedy. And we're not talking about our host and the final post, but we're talking about what the decision-making was like for some of these teams out there. And AV Radicals, so disappointing, man. I mean, they could have just, you know, taken whatever they have gotten so far and just snowballed that into something so much more fantastic, so much bigger. But instead, we just see 3 back-to-back solid rounds for them. But at the very least, they do build a little bit of legacy for themselves. 39 points at Alpine. Shocking. And all of the stats that we have in front of us, no matter how much impressive it is, I have to say, the revival system isn't being abused anymore because of the firepower that these teams have to deal with out there on the battlefield, Husky.
Yeah, definitely not as, I wouldn't say prevalent. I don't think that's the right term, but it's more like people still go for the revival, but we're not seeing those huge turnaround potential, right? It's getting punished a bit more often. If we look at the Challenger Series, everyone is just reviving left, right, and center, and that becomes a factor for a team to win. I think that still remains the fact in MCPS Major, but it is punished more because all of these teams are just on the ball. Right? We saw AV Radicals reviving their whole team. Doesn't matter because they don't have space to work around thanks to other squads taking up those spots.
We talk about efficiency. 6 kills, 1,707 damage. Ashura, he believes in, you know, the efficiency of his shots with the shotgun in that final circle. Definitely went to town with the players in there. And he definitely deserves the MVP title because of how he managed to finish off the rest of them. A little bit disappointed to not see Faiz rise up to the occasion in that final circle. He definitely had the angles, but he was the one dealing out the massive amount of damage for Ashura to finish off the other players.
Oh yeah, he was. He was in the front line, and even though he got knocked, he has basically done a lot of that heavy lifting, right?
Yeah.
A lot of that dirty work, and the rest of Blacklist just came in. They reaped the rewards, but overall, it was a team effort, and it's a good day to be a Blacklist fan. Right? We started off the league looking at Blacklist roster, and we were like, yeah, well, it's Blacklist International, but is it? But it's not the Blacklist that we know. It's not the Blacklist that picked up Baby Argon and went on to kind of dominate the league for a full solid year. This is a roster that had its moments, but they were never at the top, and we did have a bit of that doubt. Today definitely threw a bit of that doubt out the window. It's shaken a bit of those questions. But now we just want to see it carry forward into the rest of the league stage. Because if not, I think we're just going to revert back to, well, it's a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, and, you know, we look for consistency most definitely. And, you know, it's not too hard for us to ask of it for some of the teams out there. But Blacklist International, they have been struggling from the get-go here. But a little bit of adjustments brought in. Faiz managed to pop off today. They started off great, and it's an even better ending for this team. It's solid because not only do they play those placement points very, very well for themselves, also picking up 15 total kills in this round for 27 massive points. Just bump bump their position up the leaderboard just a little bit more. Pando EWG behind them. And for me, this is just all out Monito. If he did not play those placement points for the team, we would have been seeing them somewhere around that 7th or 8th spot, which would have been a little bit disappointing overall for a team that's slowly trying to claw back their way in. And we talked about how we used to see SAF hit those high notes, and we are finally starting to see a little bit of consistency from them.
Yeah, I mean, Pando EWG has always been in the conversation. Sometimes I do feel bad that we're not talking about them more, but it's kind of a not a bad thing for Pando EWG, right? Because they always get to insert themselves in the long run. There's nothing that they do that's way too flashy that instantly catches our attention. But when you look at the numbers, you're like, well, these guys are still there and they're doing pretty darn well. But of course, what we expected by the end of the day was AV Radicals taking the first place, and they are leading by a sizable amount of points, and not just in kills this time. They have caught up in placement points. And, scrap the golden ratio thing. I think the placement points that they've gotten, in comparison to the kills, is definitely a bit imbalanced, but compared to everyone else, that is the placement points that we want to see by the end of day 2.
And that's surely something that Blacklist International has been focusing on, because their firepower in the competition isn't as great. But you can see a similar kind of tactic being played by Geek Fam, not really focusing on the kills anymore. They don't have the kind of firepower they used to drop into the competition. So to answer Danny's initial question at the start of the day on whether or not we're going to see flashy plays, them going out on a limb, splitting up, play a little bit of strategy, I believe not. Geek Fam barely can keep up with their own pacing from circle to circle. And they really have to just focus on the best way of putting any sort of points on their side that is just purely with the game of survival. But Farang being outshined by the players of the one and only AV Radicals is truly shockingly good to see, because once again, we don't have an all-out easy win by any of the teams out there. It's going to be a strong fight down to the very final day of the league stage, Husky.
Yeah, and AV Radicals has been consistent 2 days in a row, right? One can argue that yesterday was a slower day. They were getting a lot of hits popped, but they're not getting enough placement points. Today throws that narrative out the window, right? I think that one monstrous round on Alpine was a good enough statement for AV Radicals. Call it luck, call it skill. They have pulled ahead by a mile. And if they can keep this up, I think it's fair to say that AV Radicals will be a team that we see in the grand finals. Now it's a matter of whether they can end up qualifying for the grand finals in first place.
Qualifying for the grand finals, that's a guarantee. I'm sure this team will be able to get there. But qualifying at that number 1 spot, I'm pretty sure if they can have a few of these breakout rounds almost every single day that they do manage to play in there, there's a strong chance of hanging at that number 1 spot. The biggest question for AV Radicals for me personally, Husky, is can they actually get to that grand finals and do the exact same thing? We will have to find out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but this is the end of day number 2 at the MCPS Majors Season 4. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. We thank you guys for joining us. Thank you so much for the likes and shares. And on behalf of Danny, we've had a great day. We'll see you guys next week. But there's 15 more seconds, so I wrapped that up a little bit too quick. I miss Danny, but on that note, yes, Husky.
It's my last day, so see you all next week.
Love you, man. Ciao.